project partners, dear panelists, and dear participants. Good morning and welcome to the YME project online event. Today's theme will be entrepreneurial journey. We will be talking about entrepreneurship generally, and we will put emphasis on creating business as a migrant and for social inclusion. We will be sharing our project outcomes as well. After making this quick introduction, I would like to go over the program before giving the stage to our speakers and panelists. We are going to start with opening and welcome remarks. Then there will be a short video introducing project partners. After the video, we will have the chance to get the overview of the project, and as the last final project output, the Green Book will be introduced. After a short break, UPP, the Technical University, our partner from Romania, will present us a tool and a web platform. After that, there will be 3 panels. Our panelists will be talking about doing business, entrepreneurship, and social inclusion. I wish you all a delightful time. Before giving the stage to Project Coordinator Dr. Tamara Tabarut for opening and welcome, let's watch a short film of the hosting institution, Bogazici University Lifelong Learning Center.
Bogazici University has been providing lifelong learning services, which provide high-quality education programs to individuals, institutions, and society for the last 15 years, as well as its 150 years of academic activities. Through these services, Bogazici University Lifelong Learning Center, BULLC, aims to integrate the needs of the era and the needs and conditions of the participants. While unifying theory and practice, BULLC makes a point of providing participants with knowledge and skills that can be brought into life and services. In its areas of expertise, staying loyal to the ethical principles of the university by maintaining the quality and standards of the university in all its programs.
Boğaziçi Üniversitesi Yaşam Boyu Eğitim Merkezi 2002 yılından itibaren ülkemizin nitelikli insan gücüne ve refahına katkı sağlayan sertifikalı eğitimler düzenlemektedir. Bireylerin yanı sıra özgün eğitimler, eğitim danışmanlığı, sınav uygulamaları ve sosyal sorumluluk projeleriyle kurumlara özel hizmetler de vermektedir. Yaşam boyu eğitim için sizleri YME'nin faaliyetlerine katılmaya davet ediyorum.
BULLC has reached approximately 75,000 people in 15 years through its lifelong learning activities, such as open enrollment and custom programs. Being aware of social problems, BULLC attempts to propose solutions for them through many award-winning social responsibility projects conducted with various institutions. The center aims to educate street children into education, to enable young individuals to learn a profession, to introduce women to professional life, to create new entrepreneurs, and to bring farmers together with sustainable agriculture with projects conducted across the country. Carrying out effective collaborations on international platforms, BULLC has participated in many projects supported by the European Union in the fields of vocational education and higher education. The center provides its participants with the opportunity to study abroad in cooperation with many prestigious universities, such as Harvard and Berkeley. As you learn with BULLC, your new life will be so different that you will push beyond new limits.
Thank you, Elif, for giving the word to me. Good morning to everyone. Dear distinguished participants, I am very pleased to welcome you all to the Multiplier event of Young Migrant Entrepreneurs Project. Indeed, originally we had planned to host this event at the charming campus of Bogazici University overlooking the Bosphorus Strait, as you watched just a minute ago. However, due to the pandemic circumstances, we are obliged to move the organization of the event to the online platform. But anyway, today we are very delighted to host and greet you all, even virtually. In human history, migration has always existed and affecting the economy and demography of local societies and leading into the blending of culture, ideas, and know-how. In recent years, we know that the Europe experiences intense migration flows from outside, mainly composed of refugees and asylum seekers fleeing war and natural disasters at their home countries. There are some European integration policies, of course, by fostering the inclusion of newly arrived migrants and refugees into society and local economy through education, training, and employment. The Young Migrant Entrepreneurs YME project is an Erasmus Plus project. It's a youth project and started in 2019 with a partnership of institutions from Turkey, Netherlands, Italy, Romania, and United Kingdom. Besides the economical wellness, YME project promotes the integration and social inclusion of young migrants. We believe that in order to facilitate and foster social cohesion of young migrants to the communities where they live, it is very crucial to discover, define, and develop their entrepreneurial skills so that they can also succeed both economic and social integration. From this point of view, YME places great emphasis on self-assessment of young migrants in terms of entrepreneurial skills by discovering their potential creativity and talent. YME also supports to empower young migrants to become an entrepreneur. Additionally, for the sake of entrepreneurship trainers, a guide is developed which contains session plans full of activities and related topics in order to train potential young migrant entrepreneurs and foster their talents and skills. Today, besides the presentation on the outcomes of the project, such as the Green Book, YME platform, and YME app by our partners, there will be interactive workshops of the conference to create a platform to discuss setting up a business as a migrant, entrepreneurship as a social inclusion, and empowerment of migrants. I do believe that a day-long conference will offer you a holistic approach to the challenge for young migrants in terms of both economical development and social inclusion. And it will be a platform for discussing how to develop bridges between the different actors. Last but least, I would like to extend my sincere thanks all the project partners who work hand-to-hand for the realization of this conference. I wish you all a successful and fruitful conference. Have a good entrepreneurial journey today with us. Thank you very much for your joining us today. Thank you.
I would like to thank Dr. Tamara Tabarut for this great opening. Now we can proceed with the video introducing our project partners in brief.
Greetings from Boğaziçi University. Boğaziçi University is one of the leading state universities located in Istanbul, Turkey. Boğaziçi University Lifelong Learning Center is the institution that derives its strength from Boğaziçi University and acts as a leading institution in lifelong learning education. Besides many projects and collaborations, we, as Boğaziçi University, are coordinating a European-funded project called Young Migrant Entrepreneurs. Boğaziçi University, being the project coordinator, has 5 partners from Romania, Italy, United Kingdom, and Netherlands in the project. Ministry of National Education is also a partner from Turkey. As we are getting to the end, we are organizing a big online event on the project outcomes that we discuss with the speakers from different stakeholders to share our own experience and listen to theirs. We are pleased to invite you for this event.
Hello everybody, my name is Carla de Vrij. I'm chairwoman of the Dutch Foundation of Innovation.
Hello, my name is Pieter van Schie, director, works at the Scotland, and as you see, working from my home office. This is my colleague, Maura Cassidy, and together we've been working on the YME project. Works at the Scotland was one of the initiator partner organizations of the project, and as an organization we provide support for the young unemployed, recent graduates, and also young entrepreneurs, and in particular we try to bridge the gap between the worlds of education and work. So I hope you will like what we will present today, and enjoy.
Think of a country that gave the world a handful of elite scientists. And a capital city where the old and the new, tradition and innovation intertwine. Classic, yet vibrant. Romantic, yet hip. And speaking about tradition, the most prestigious technical university in the country, just turning over 2 centuries of schooled engineers. 15 faculties provide an abundance of study fields, rendering the possibilities close to endless. Spread over a vast campus with modern facilities, our university provides degrees of schooling ranging from under to postgraduate. And a body of professors that have overseen several generations of engineers. From theory to hands-on practice, we are here to provide you with everything you need for your next step up in life. University of Polytechnica Bucharest. Engineer your future.
Now I want to introduce you our project researchers from Bogazici University, Instructor Burcu Ertuğ Kılıç and Associate Professor Burcu Rodopman to present the overview of the YME project.
Hello, Elif. How are you? Thank you very much for giving the voice to us. I am Burcu Ertuğ Kılıç and Burcu Rodopman is here, our other researcher. And we would like to introduce our project to you first of all. And we will share, first of all, our presentation. Yes, YME project multiplier event, we came to this process and we are very happy to be here. First of all, I'll introduce our researchers. We have 3 researchers from Bogazici University, and I am the educational scientist and the coordinator of the career center of the university. And we have 2 other professors from our center of entrepreneurship in the university. And we are led by our lifelong learning center, thanks to them. And I'd like to, first of all, share this picture with you. This is the main campus of Bogazici University. And as you can see, there's a square just on your scene. And there is a water behind our scene. It's not a lake, it's not a river. it is the sea flowing just in between Europe and Asia. And we are just in the middle of this Bosphorus. And our name comes from this Bosphorus University in Turkish Bogazici University. And we always feel responsibility to connect East and West, and always feel responsibility to respect the diversity between people and between the continents. And this was a very important point for us. And thanks to our Lifelong Learning Center, enabled us to begin a project to improve this. And also Turkey has a strategic role in this process, as you know. We are all just in between Asia and Europe, and we are trying to make the migrants issue in an easier way. And with the migrants issue in the world agenda, Turkey's role became much more strategic in this process. And we found a beautiful tool altogether in this university, entrepreneurship. And thanks to our previous partner, Peter from Work Center, he supported us in the culmination of this project. And together we talked that entrepreneurship among migrants is very important because we can help migrants to improve themselves in entrepreneurial skills, and they can be beneficial for the economy, for the social life, and for the politics of their landed countries. And they can become a beneficial part of the community instead of a burden in the economy of the coming country. And we all focused in young migrants because they are in the risk of high unemployability. Therefore, we changed our focus into young migrants, and we tried to develop them in their entrepreneurial process. And we had a beautiful community and partners in this project, in this story. And I would like to introduce firstly ourselves. As you can see, we are just in the middle of Europe and Asia in this map, you can see. And also we have CPA from Italy, as you can see. And also Dutch Foundation of Innovation, Welfare to Work from Netherlands, and they came and joined us. And also our Ministry of National Education joined us, and we were very happy with them. And as you know from our video, University Politehnica di Bucharest joined us from Romania. And finally, Scotland Work Centre joined us and were with us from the beginning from United Kingdom. As you can see, we are connecting Asia and Europe, and we are going very top of the Europe is a new Silk Way, and we are trying to help young migrants in their entrepreneurial ways, in entrepreneurial journeys, and we try to support them, and we are still trying to do with you and with exploiting our ideas and outcomes. And we had three important topics in our project. Entrepreneurial learning was very important, and migrants issues, we researched on it much, and youth, the participation, youth work, and youth policy, we all researched about them. And our priorities was youth, as you know, and promoting entrepreneurship education and social entrepreneurship among young people was our priority, and promoting empowerment between the young people was very important. And as I said to you earlier, promoting entrepreneurship is very important in our time, because the global financial crisis and weakened economic recovery have caused concern about the future of young people and young migrants especially, and we are trying to help them and support them via this project. And we have many objectives, as you can see: reinforce links between youth work policy and migrant policy. We made research and practice, promote better knowledge about the situation of young migrants and youth work and migrant policies, recognition and validation of youth work and informal and non-formal entrepreneurial learning at European, national, regional, and local levels, and mentoring and youth worker schemes for young migrants and young migrants will be entrepreneurs. And we saw many approaches to the assessments of entrepreneurial competencies, but the most important objective of us was to develop the competencies of youth workers and youth trainers within the EU. And for this end, we defined two target groups for us in the beginning of the project. The first target group was named as migrants. They are migrants, refugees, asylums, potential YMEs, and any other people permanently living out of their original country who are to be within the age interval of 16 to 29. And the second group was agent group. We named this as agents. The actors supporting the first group in new conditions like trainers, teachers, educators, researchers, advisors, coaches, entrepreneurs working with young migrants as a role model. And we defined these two target groups and worked on them. And as the outcomes of this project, we targeted the end product of the YME project is a training program for building entrepreneurial skills and support for young migrants. And the following outcomes come next. We firstly made a good practices research and needs analysis for both migrant and agent groups. And then our platform for change and youth work application was under construction. And also we provided two guides for both migrants and for both agents also. And lastly, we created a green book, which we told all the story about this project and our views and recommendations. And now Burcu, my colleague, will go on with the intellectual outputs. Burcu, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Burcu.
We are Burcu's all together. Yes.
So we are really excited about the project. We believe it may have a really great impact and improve lives for young migrants, for their society, and for everybody. So we worked as a team together a lot over long hours to come up with our intellectual outputs through many meetings. So as Burcu mentioned, we came up with a couple of tools, resource centers that everybody can use if you want to know more about entrepreneurship. So we have an app, we have an assessment tool where people can assess where they are in terms of their entrepreneurial skills. We have again two guides, one for young migrants and one for people, agents who are working with young migrants to realize their entrepreneurial potential, to help them. So we really emphasize the interaction between the young migrants and the people who work with young migrants. We believe it's really important for community of entrepreneurship. We have the platform, a website where you can find a lot of information. And lastly, the Green Book, which is our journey.
Yep.
Right. So we started with bringing all the good practices together from the partner countries, but wherever we can find good practices about entrepreneurship. We run any needs analysis. So we wanted to understand the landscape for entrepreneurship. So if I'm a young migrant, what is important for me? Where do I start? Where do I find information? So with this knowledge, we work together to come up with tools that they can easily use. So one of them was the app. We all love apps, and it's our own phone. We can get it easily to information if we need what's all about entrepreneurship. So you can easily go to the website or app, and it has a e-assessment tool as well. So basically, we determined a couple of important entrepreneurship skill. So if I'm a young migrant or anyone interested in entrepreneurship, I can see where I am with important entrepreneurial skills. Also the famous entrepreneurs we know have. Then we have the guide for young migrants, which includes a lot of information. How do you become an entrepreneur? What to do, what not to do, how we can learn, how we can start, how we can role model people who are, let's say, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, but as well as from our local area or people in our community. Then we have a guide for agents who will help them, the potential young entrepreneurs, to get better. So we have a basically training, teaching guide with a lot of information. Okay. So young people realize their potential. Then we have the platform for change, which we have a lot of information. Again, I really urge you to check it. It's great. We worked a lot of it. There are tons of videos, links, comics, information, links to resources in different countries. Basically, whatever you need. If you want to start from scratch, what do I do day one if I want to do something, start my business, be an entrepreneur, and be a successful one? Okay. So because we know like it's sometimes not easy to do that, and we all need help to get better at it. So check our website. It's a great platform. And lastly, we have the Green Book. We see this project as a new venture and entrepreneurial project as well. So we were entrepreneurs ourselves. So here we tell the story, how we started and what we learned about entrepreneurship. And we included a lot of recommendation how to do that better, because maybe this is one of the few projects where entrepreneurship knowledge comes together with migrants, and especially for people who are young. So they are really excited to start their journey for their businesses. So we are really excited. I hope this would be a great day. So you will hear a lot of talk about all these guides, app, platform. I hope you'll enjoy it. And if you have any questions, you can contact us, Burcu.
And Burcu, can I add something? Please do not forget to follow us from our social media accounts and platform, and also website. We gave all the information about our project, and please follow us, because we are very strong with you, and we give importance to your participation. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. And thank you for all the partners. We actually learned during this process how important it is to have the right partners if you are starting an entrepreneurial project. So for people who are working with new young migrants and entrepreneurs as well, we learned it from first hand. So we really recommend that to have the right people and the right resources with you, and we are willing to provide that with this project. I hope you'll enjoy it.
Thank you, Burcu. You were good. Have a nice day, full of YME.
Thank you.
Thanks for this informative presentation. It's good to know about YME project and its outcomes as we go deeper into the program. Before our first break, Work Centre Scotland Director Peter Van Schie will present us the final project outcome, the Green Book.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to do this presentation. I have made it together with Carla de Vrij, and I would like to thank the lovely Boursus for their great story, and it was very entertaining. Thank you very much. I will take you to the Green Book, and before I do that, I have to share some screen with you guys of the presentation, which I made into a sort of a newspaper kind of way. Let's see. There it is. So, as you see, the Green Book is a pretty big compilation of all intellectual outputs, and this could not have been happening if for not of all the hard work of all the core partners involved. So I would really like to thank for all this splendid job done on this on the intellectual outputs, in which we were able to make a compilation of this Green Book. So a very big thanks to Bogazici University from Turkey, CPA from Italy, the Dutch Foundation of Innovation Welfare to Work from the Netherlands, the Ministry of National Education of Turkey, Polytechnica University from Bucharest, Romania, and we from Work Centre Scotland, Mark and I also did some stuff on the guide for the young migrant entrepreneurs. First, I would like to tell you a little bit why we came up with the name of the Green Book. The Green Book is sort of a Dutch glossary which always introduces each year the new Dutch words in the Netherlands in the Dutch language. And it consists more or less 110,000 words. We made a very good challenge to reach the same amount of words with the Green Book. We are currently at 273 pages, and we reached the 107,114 words. So pretty heavy, but I think with this we have covered a lot of, most of what is important as regards to youth entrepreneurship and setting up a business as a young entrepreneur, as a young migrant entrepreneur. So as you see, we have made 4 sections where I will guide you through at the moment. And the first thing I would like to do with you guys is go to how it all started. And before I go into the research part and the work we have done on it, I would like you first to tell a story about how we all get connected as a partnership, because it was in 2015 when I had to catch the plane to Istanbul to be at the same kind of event which is showcased now, but then it would have been a physical event, a multiplier event from the Acro Jumps partnership. And I was at the Düsseldorf airport, but at that moment I found out that I was at the Düsseldorf Airport in Weeze, and I should have been in Düsseldorf. So with 1 hour for departure, I had to take the car and drive on the German Autobahn. And well, if you think about it up front, you think you're not going to make it. But the German Autobahn is really good, and with 200 miles an hour, which is allowed formally in Germany, I just made it. And that's why I was present at the Aquajumps Multiplier event, and I could meet all the fine people of the Bogazici University. And from there, more or less, the network started. And I remember very well that back in the day when Tamar and I were in Lyon, we started to talk about youth entrepreneurship and how we could maybe make a project to see if we could help, if we could do entrepreneurship, self-education, and how we could offer them tools and all sorts of things, all tricks and stuff to see if they could make it happen in their new countries. And at the moment we were discussing this, there was in a tram in Lyon, we were actually passing an asylum refugee camp in Lyon, and that, I think at that moment, it convinced us to actually do it, and we started writing. So that's actually how it all started. For now, I would like you to bring you into a little green book video made by Carla de Vrij. This video is 2 minutes and 30 seconds and summarizes the whole green book very well. What she's going to tell you in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I'm going to take another 35 minutes to explain a little bit further. But let's take you to the video, and I hope you like it. Bora, you have the floor.
Hello everybody, I'm Carla de Vrij. I'm chairwoman of the Dutch Foundation of Innovation, Welfare to Work, and I come from the Netherlands. We participate in the partnership Young Migrant Entrepreneurs, and we are involved with creating the Green Book. I want to show you a video so you know what we've done in the Green Book. Welcome in my home office. We collect the relevant information and knowledge about the young migrant entrepreneurs. We provide the support package for the youth workers, but also for the young migrants. We include assessment and guidance. Also, we include the lessons we learned and the recommendations we want to give.
Okay, we're back. Thank you very much for this video from Carla. As I said, This will be this is a short summary of 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and I'm just now going to explain a little bit more about what we have been doing and try to give you some more details about the Green Book. So in how it all started, we first, when we wrote the Young Migrant Entrepreneurs application, and I must give credits to Bursu Ertug for this idea. She came up with an idea to make it all in a concept of a comic style, which here you see a little bit of footage and examples for. But due to severe cuts on the budget, we had to make it a little bit different. There are still some cartoons in it, but we had to make some choices. And I think with all the work we have done, it looks still very, very amazing. I think that if you look at all the topics covered and what we have done, that the comic style will come back in other details, and I will show you later. So what we have done, we started when we started with the work on the Green Book. We started with the guide for the young migrant entrepreneurs. This is the heart of the project, and everything around the Green Book is in the project is wrapped around the guide for the young migrant entrepreneurs, because this should be the self-education entrepreneurship tool in which young migrants could access all the information. So, and the guide for youth workers should be the support tool for the youth workers and the business mentors and the teachers and the trainers to support the young migrant entrepreneurs in their entrepreneurial journey. And the platform and the app are also supporting tools and are integrated in the guide for the young migrant entrepreneurs and the guide for the youth workers. So all of this, as I said, starts with the guide for the young migrant entrepreneurs. So when we go to this guide, and if you are defining the young migrant entrepreneur, I think also all of my partners, we were always thinking about that this guide is not only for the young migrant entrepreneur, the new citizen coming into his new country, but also for asylum seekers and refugees. So it's also for the gray area, because we think that it's very important that there's activity, that when you are entering a new country, you are doing stuff, you're active, and you're having ideas, you're having dreams, that you're really able to do and start working on something. So that's how we define young migrant entrepreneurs. And I know that that there is a gray area in a lot of countries, in each of the countries. So I think this is also something for the national governments to think about, and they can also use our tools to help and make sure that there are activities and that young migrant entrepreneurs can already do something, even though if they're not officially acknowledged by the country. The guide outline is that we thought that we needed to make 10 chapters. So next to a prologue, we have divided the whole guide into these 9 chapters, which we thought is really important to shape the entrepreneurial life. The chapters: an entrepreneurial dream, an entrepreneurial assessment, and from dreams to ideas to business, and how to set up a business. Those parts are actually the parts from dream to idea, the concept of an idea, to business. And the other parts, the other chapters, are more how to formally implement the business idea. And these are the chapters which are connected to the guide for the young migrant entrepreneurs. And these chapters are also coming back in the Green Book, although it's called different chapters. I think it's more 13, 14, 15. The Dream Book has 29 chapters out of the top of my head. That means that the angle of the Young Migrant Entrepreneurs Guide is a little bit different than the angle of the Green Book. When we went for the first section, we divided it from dream to idea to business. It was very important. We believed that if you start, that you are inspired, and that there's a lot of self-motivation. So we have thought about this a lot, and I think also due to the needs analysis, thanks to the needs analysis, we were able to make choices of what we had to put into the first chapter, An Entrepreneurial Dream. It all starts with a dream to make things happen, to make your own business. So in this chapter, we have made a choice about the best entrepreneurial movies, and you see on the top right bottom, you see the top 5, the best 5 entrepreneurial movies to our opinion, and we also did a little survey there. I think a lot of those movies you already know, like The Founder, how you can make a big merchandise about the McDonald's. The Story of Steve Jobs, pretty well known. The Big Short, which is about the bank crisis and how some entrepreneurs found a way that there was something going to happen and they jumped into that opportunity. The Pursuit of Happiness, where you can go from homelessness to being a wealthy entrepreneur. And The Social Network, an idea which came from nowhere, which all of a sudden is now ruling the world of Facebook. So next to that, we also made a pick about the best entrepreneurial podcasts and the best inspirational entrepreneurial YouTube videos. And there you will find videos and motivational videos about the domino effect, the moonshot, a speech of Arnold Schwarzenegger, Rocky Balboa, Denzel Washington, Steve Jobs, etc., etc. I believe that during the break, a few of those videos will be shown to you, and they are also they can be found back on the platform and on the app as well. So then what we also thought was very important, that if people are inspired, if young people are inspired, that they can also do an entrepreneurial assessment. Well, if you want to be an entrepreneur, but do you have the entrepreneurial skills? And what kind of skills do you need to be a good entrepreneur? So also as a person, as a young person, you need to assess yourself. And from there you have to make sure you do it honestly, you fill in all the details honestly, so you get a good picture of yourself. And from there, you can then also see what you need to learn still, and what kind of e-learning models you need to go into and upgrade your knowledge. Then we thought that it is very important that you talk, if you talk about dreams, that you also have the capability to turn your dreams into ideas, and these ideas into an actual dream of setting up a business. And with all of that, I mean, you also need a business plan. So that's also what we try to show. So with the how to set up a business part is that we think that we gave everybody in this section a couple of options about what kind of plan you could use. You could use the Canvas model, or you could use the Lean Startup model. And but what we did, what we do want to emphasize is that it's very important that at a certain moment a plan comes to shove, and that people are really putting their ideas on paper to make something happen. So then if we have done that, then it's all comes to actually starting formally setting up this business. And setting up this business is taking in account the entrepreneurial laws, rules, and regulations and taxes of this specific country. So these laws, rules, and regulations needs to be explained for the young entrepreneur in each of these countries. So what we did is we outlaid the all the procedures, regulations, and laws as regards to setting up a business in Turkey, the Netherlands, United Kingdom, Romania, and Italy. So that means that the chapter 5 of the guide for the young migrant entrepreneurs is a really, really big chapter, which we had to divide in another 5 chapters, 5 paragraphs, which is totally focused on this specific country. So on the YME countries. In the Green Book, we have, of course, country chapters of that. So each of these country chapters have a formal step-by-step plan how to start up your business, how to formally start up your business. Where do you start, and how are you going to do it in the right way? So with all of that, it's important to know that, of course, we have showcased the chapters in the native country language, but also in all the other languages of the YME partnership, and also in Arabic. So we thought that at this point we have chosen to make sure that these languages were provided. And we are thinking right now to maybe extend this to a YME2 partnership and try to make it even a more bigger project, because we think what we have set the standard at the moment is really, really good, and I think it's a really good thing for each young entrepreneur along to these steps to make it happen and set up a business. So we have 10 steps. The first step is that each young entrepreneur needs to find the right legal form. And then if you have found that, or you think you have found it, you have to officially register your company in the country you are. And of course, this is very different in each country. So in the United Kingdom, you have to go to Companies House. And in the Netherlands, you have to go to the Chamber of Commerce. And in Italy, I mean, there are lots of procedures there as well. So that's why it's good to have a wee look. And I would advise you all to have a wee look and plug into the YME platform. And Tom will tell you later in the presentation next after me how you can do that. So you get the insight in how it all works and how you can skip from the most important parts you would like to read and you would like to know. Then at each country, it's important to know the fiscal regulation and accountancy procedures. And also here we come back at that writing a business plan is very important. Certainly, if you want to, if you want to go to a bank and loan some money, or you want to, open a business account, it's always good that the bank and investors see something on paper. Then nowadays we have to take into account the privacy rules, the personal data protection. Certainly, if you set up business websites, and with the new EU GDPR laws, and also, of course, the pretty similar law in the United Kingdom. And next to that, I know the environmental protection laws and rules are also pretty dominant lately, and you have to apply for permits. So also there in each country we have explained the most important permits and the most important things you have to consider. Of course, with all of these laws, procedures, and regulations, embedded in the Green Book and in the guides. That means that I can certainly say that for now everything is up to date and is really useful. But we need to stay up to date, and that's why we are really already making ideas for doing YME 2 to expand it with more countries, and also to keep everything up to date, because this is very important if we want to give the young migrant entrepreneur a chance to set up a business. Then everything needs to be very close and accurate and up to date. Of course, all of the sources in which we have provided text and information can be found also. So you can also go back to the source, and also, so probably if things change, you can also see it at the original source that things have been changed. Further, step 8, insurance, also very important in setting up a business. So we also made a chapter about that, and how to manage your human resources. And further, but last but not least, the patents and brands, how you can personally brand yourself and your company, which is also a very important part nowadays of doing business. So here we come back to the tips and tricks we have in store. You see that we made a cartoon variant of what I've shown you earlier, how to generate business ideas, evaluate your ideas, and choose ideas inspired by your passion. And that it's important. We also asked our young migrant entrepreneurs in the surveys, which Boerse and Boerse just told you a little bit about, what they would like to have as tips and tricks. And also we can find back, if you will enter the specific chapters with tips and tricks, you will also see videos of young migrant entrepreneurs themselves showcasing their tips and tricks in their entrepreneurial journey. So I think it's really covering all the tips and tricks experts want to give, young migrant entrepreneurs expect. And we would love to hear some feedback on that, of course, as well. Then we thought with entrepreneurship, it's always good to also have a very good look at failure, and that things not always go as smoothly as you plan at first instance. So we thought it was very important to address that fail is a first attempt in learning, and that we all should see failure as an opportunity to learn and grow. And I think that in each culture, and this is also which should be addressed, that in each culture, failure or of making mistakes, or even bankruptcy, has different kind of value, different kind of meaning. So as we all know, in America, if you go bankrupt twice, then they all think it's a good thing and that you're experienced, and they will give you the chance to try it again. And as I know that I think that in Dutch culture, maybe it's a little it's more taboo to that you fail as a business. So it's important to understand the culture you're doing business in. Then we also thought it was very important to address the network aspect of setting up a business. So when you learn to network, you learn to improve your business, but also your personal life. And that's why in the Green Book, and also in the guide for young migrant entrepreneurs, we also give tips and tricks about how to network, and that you also have to stay close to your own personality, of course, and because that's the best way to network. And it's also important, of course, that you know the culture where you're in, and your community in which you're operating, and in that way you are connecting, and you can probably put the dots on the right spot. Then I think nowadays marketing and communication is a very social media kind of aspect already, but I think it's key for any successful business to raise awareness for your product and to communicate it well and to marketeer it is pretty important if you want it to be successful. If you have an idea, you need to pitch your idea to get money, to get an investment. So it's crucial to set out your objectives and your actions for reaching them. So that's why we have also put in some tips and tricks about this marketing and communication part. The guide, and I want to emphasize this again, that young migrant entrepreneurship is a big political thing. And I mean, a lot of stuff is happening. I think also that's why we also started writing the Young Migrant Entrepreneurs application, because of the Syrian situation, because of Turkey was overwhelmed with a lot of Syrian refugees, and also the European Union, and because of the deal the European Union and Turkey made. And that's why there are all sorts of programs offered to do something, to help out, to support these new citizens. And also national governments have done a lot lately in each of the YME countries to support and build up the strengths of these new citizens. But I want to emphasize that our project is a very good initiative, but it's all about the young migrant entrepreneur themselves. I mean, they have to do it. It's up to them, and we can only facilitate. But so that's why we also try to deliver all of our intellectual outputs in a self-entrepreneurship education kind of way. And of course, the guide for youth workers is also a support tool, and the YME tools, the platform and the app also, but there are all involved to into the self-entrepreneurship education kind of system, so that you can actually figure it all out yourself. So in a way, when we produce the guide, we want to tap into the potential, and we know that you always have to address the cultural and linguistic obstacles. So always they need to, of course, try to learn the language of the country they're in. Although I do think it's not always necessary. You can always put up a business even if you don't know the language. But we have addressed all these issues in such a complete way as possible to support the young migrant entrepreneur wherever and wherever we can. So I believe with the guide and with the Green Book and with the other guides and the platform and the app, we have succeeded in creating added value. And I would really like to advise that you all check it out and go have a look and see what's happening out there with the guides and with this project. We have also, I'm going to tell something about the backbone of the project. Well, why we chosen for this path is that we have chosen to the self-directing learning kind of way, and that we always go back on, are you ready and motivated to learn and work hard? Can you set your entrepreneurial goals yourself? And are you able to engage? And are you able also to evaluate what you are doing? So these things are always coming back in each of the chapters and things we have done with the YME project. So we have delivered it and be in a printed brochure. You can download it on the YME platform, and you can also look into it in a mobile application. And of course, as for the Green Book, which is 270 pages, I mean, that's a lot, of course, but it's all being cut and short summarized at each of the parts of the platform, so you don't see a lot of text, in one go. You can go and skip through all the certain chapters and things you really want to read and you really want to see or watch. So it's very easy to skip and go to the topic of your interest. So the guide for the young migrant entrepreneurs is at the heart of the Green Book and also at the heart of the YME project. But we also thought that because it could be that you're very motivated and that you're very inspired yourself, we also thought that it was good that we would make a guide for the youth workers, for the business mentors, for the trainers and teachers out there, because it's very important that that if young migrants need help in their entrepreneurial journey, that we are able to give them also and support them and facilitate them. So that's why we thought that we had to develop this youth workers guide, and it's about also how to support in developing the entrepreneurial attitudes, skills and knowledge, in which in short you should enable a student to turn ideas into action. So the aim is to provide teachers and trainers and business mentors, to provide them a framework to support this self entrepreneurship learning kind of way of the young migrants, the students, and help them setting up a company. And so it's an optimization of learning of the migrant students in the classroom, but also online through focused teaching methods. So if I go into that a little bit more into detail, is that we, and also I think that the Corona times also pushed our nose more on the facts, is that although it's important to provide a workshop or to facilitate a workshop in a class physically in a training facility, and we have also addressed that in our youth work guide, it's also important that you can give it in a digital way, so using the platform, but also just by looking at it through your mobile and see what you want to know and go into that specific section. So it would also be possible, or it's also possible for the youth work or business mentor to guide virtually the young migrant entrepreneur from a digital from the digital setting. So we also thought about that we need to think about the learning types involved. I mean, we know that there are young people who have more with visual learning. There are people who are more auditory based, and also a lot of people who do practice by doing, and that's the best way to learn. So we have put that also in the guide. So different ways of approaching the young migrant in their entrepreneurial journey should make it happen that everybody is facilitated and everybody is equipped to support this young migrant. We also, of course, have thought about what for kind of competences the youth worker, mentor, and trainer needs to be able to support this young entrepreneur. And we thought about also the role purpose that we think, as I said before, that initially it's all up to the young person who wants to set up an enterprise. And that means that we need to show where to look and let them do a lot of practice by doing, and avoid to say what they have to do and tell them what to see. So the tools we have used is you could use sometimes case studies of famous entrepreneurs. And what we also did is, I think CPA did a very good job with putting down the structure and the framework with the lessons plan. So each of the chapters you see in the guide for the young migrant entrepreneurs is being backed up by a lessons plan. So each of the chapter is then cut into certain 1, 2, 3, or 4 lesson plans, in which is explained to the teacher, to the youth worker, how to support the young migrant setting up her business. And I think that the way how it's been done is really practice by doing is really added value, and very happy that it's so well smoothly integrated with each other. Then we come to the last part of this presentation. I believe that will be the YME platform and app. I'm not going to tell a lot about this because after my presentation, my colleagues of the Polytechnica University will explain a lot about the platform and the app. But I thought that the platform and app, from a green book kind of perspective, but also from the perspective of the guides, it was a very important part, and certainly during the Corona times. The platform and app make sure that everything is integrated very smoothly into as regards to information and tips and tricks, etc. And I also think that more and more it's pretty clear that the digital access is a basic human right. So we need also to understand that if a young entrepreneur, a young migrant entrepreneur, doesn't have access to a mobile phone due to digital poverty, not having a bundle, or not able to access internet in a proper way because there is no Wi-Fi or whatever. I mean, this is also something which is a basic thing we need to facilitate to make sure they can actually get access to the information which you need as a young entrepreneur, which you want to look for if you have to do it yourself. So this was something which really came to me during this project, that digital access is a basic human right, and we need to facilitate that as well, as a partnership, but also as local, regional, and national governments, and as a European Union. We have to keep this in mind, that this is a very important part in our society nowadays. I think also that if you go into the platform, that the first thing you see is that it's about what kind of skills you need to be a good entrepreneur, and what can make you a good, successful young entrepreneur. So I think by addressing this, it really shows everyone what's important to be successful. So as said, I'm not going to tell a lot about the platform because after me there's a presentation, but it's the portal also provides a psychometric assessment tool. So that means that by providing all the chapters and by providing all the information, etc., the platform will also learn by doing. So it's also a self-education kind of platform. The more young people will enter the platform, the more self-learning this platform will be, and the better information, entrepreneurial information, can be delivered through this platform to the target groups, which I think is an amazing element of this platform. And the YME app, of course, finishes off in a nice, polished and designed way, that it makes that everything is accessible through the mobile phones, which nowadays is probably the only thing everybody has as a tool in his pocket anyways. So I think that giving the information through this access, by giving access to the mobile phone is really important, and is added value for our project. So I think I am more or less done with the Green Book presentation. I thought that it was a full and complete way of an explanation of the Green Book and the project. Elif, I think maybe there are any questions out there, but
yeah, thank you, Peter, for this great presentation. We have no questions right now. Now we can give a break. I hope you enjoy the videos. Let's meet at 11:50 Central European Time again, and it will be 12:50 in Turkey time.
Everybody knows about playing with dominoes, but what you may not know is that a domino can knock over another domino which is about 1.5 times larger. So what I have here is a chain of dominoes. Each one is 1.5 times larger than the previous one. And the smallest domino is about 5 millimeters high and 1 millimeter thick. And I will carefully place it. And there are 13 dominoes, and the largest domino, it weighs about 100 pounds and is more than 1 meter tall. Ready? Boom.
So, yeah, for me, the daily confrontation with fear has become a real practice for me since about three years ago. I went skydiving in Dubai, right? And skydiving is a really interesting confront with fear, right? So I gotta stand up. I'm sorry, I gotta stand up. All right. So all your friends, what happens? You go out. I dropped my thing. So what happens is you go out the night before and you take a drink with your friends and somebody says, yeah, we should go skydiving tomorrow. And you go, yeah, we'll go skydiving tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. And you go, yeah. And everybody goes, yeah, right?
The actual moonshot is wonderful, inspirational, poetic, beautiful, involved great technical challenges, genuine heroism. It brought the world together. But think about the Polynesian islander on the dugout canoe, deciding one day they were going to go that way. No one had ever been that way before. No one even knew if there was anything that way before. It was amazing, and it changed the world.
People can set their minds to magical, seemingly impossible ideas, and then through science and technology, bring them to reality. And that then sets other people on fire, that other things that look impossible might be accomplishable.
Galileo is such a hero, in thinking big, and what he represents to me is both curiosity and wonder that humanity had, that pushed him and drove himself to invent and work on the first telescopes that allowed us to see the moon, and here we are.
When I was 6-year-old, I received my gifts. My first grade teacher had this brilliant idea. She wanted us to experience receiving gifts, but also learning the virtue of complimenting each other. So she had all of us come to the front of the classroom, and she bought all of us gifts and stacked them in the corner. And she said, why don't we just stand here and compliment each other? If you hear your name called, go and pick up your gifts and sit down. What a wonderful idea, right? What could go wrong? Well, there were 40 of us to start with, and every time when I hear someone's name called, I would give out the heartiest cheer. And then there were 20 people left, and 10 people left, and 5 left, and 3 left. I was one of them. And the compliments stopped. Well, at that moment, I was crying, and the teacher was freaking out. And she was like, hey, would anyone say anything nice about these people? No one? Okay, why don't you go get your gift and sit down, so behave next year, someone might say something nice about you.
I'm really excited to share with you some findings that really surprised me about what makes companies succeed the most, what factors actually matter the most for startup success. I believe that the startup organization is one of the greatest forms to make the world a better place. If you take a group of people with the right equity incentives and organize them in a startup, you can unlock human potential in a way never before possible. You get them to achieve unbelievable things. But if the startup organization is so great, why do so many fail? That's what I wanted to find out. I wanted to find out what actually matters most for startup success. And I wanted to try to be systematic about it, avoid some of my instincts and maybe misperceptions I have from so many companies I've seen over the years. I wanted to know this because I've been starting businesses since I was 12 years old, when I sold candy at the bus stop in junior high school, to high school when I made solar energy devices, to college when I made loudspeakers, and when I graduated from college, started software companies. And 20 years ago, I started Idea Lab, and in the last 20 years, we started more than 100 companies, many successes and many big failures. We learned a lot from those failures. So I tried to look across what factors accounted the most for company success and failure.
If you've learned a lot about leadership and making a movement, then let's watch a movement happen start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons. First, of course, a leader needs the guts to stand alone and look ridiculous. But what he's doing is so simple, it's almost instructional. This is key. You must be easy to follow. Now here comes the first follower with a crucial role. He publicly shows everyone else how to follow. Notice how the leader embraces him as an equal. So it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Notice how he's calling to his friends to join in. So it takes guts to be a first follower. You stand out and you brave ridicule yourself. Being a first follower is an underappreciated form of leadership. The first follower transforms a lone nut into a leader. If the leader is the flint, the first follower is the spark that really makes the fire. Now here's the second follower. This is a turning point. It's proof the first has done well. Now it's not a lone nut and it's not two nuts.
My name is Ala. I am from Syria. I'm 20 years old. I came to Canada in January. When you live in any country, and then you have to move. Not because you want, because you have to go. You have to move. It's so difficult. Like maybe you have to cry because your life it's there. Why you have to go? Because I have to.
Welcome back. We can quickly continue with presentation of e-assessment tool and the YME platform by Professor Tom Savur and Manuela Roxana.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice to have you all here. I would like to start by thanking to the team from the Bogazici University who coordinated this project in a very professional way and allowed us to reach the project results. We had previously many projects with Turkish partners from Istanbul, of course, from Ankara, from Adana, from Kayseri, from Gaziantep. And also in Bogazici University, we met the same warm welcome, the same willing to cooperate, and the same high professionalism in performing the project activities. Our university has cooperations only in the Erasmus Plus program with almost 50 Turkish universities. And also in Romania, we have a very strong Turkish community. We have maybe many hundreds of Turkish companies in Bucharest. Also, one of the biggest companies in Romania is Arctic, which is managed by Arçelik, and totally in Romania, I think we have many thousands of Turkish run companies. So why not? Because this is a project about entrepreneurship. I am pretty sure that some of the future entrepreneurs who will decide to start their businesses will someday come in Romania and establish a company here. And when doing this, they will remember about our project. Now, please allow me to share the screen and to start the presentation of the tools developed in this project. So I will share this. Hopefully it will be seen because I have two displays and I'm not sure exactly which one I shared, but I hope is this. And I will start my short presentation about these communication tools. Basically, and even if the members of our teams were presented before, please allow to mention them again. First, of course, our colleague, Manuela Dijmarescu, who did a wonderful job in this project. Our colleague, Professor Andrei Dumitrescu, extremely skilled in running European projects. Our very dynamic young colleagues, Mario Oprea and Mustafa Heso. And also you can see right here in the bottom right corner the name of the administrative staff from our university who helped us a lot in running all the organizational and financial activities. Now, starting to talk about the communication tools. These are the software tools which will allow you to access all the project resources and all the project documents our partners presented before. And basically, they are first the project website, the YME project website, where you can find all the information about how the project ran. You can find the detailed information about the partners. You can find also here on the project website the contact information you maybe will need for receiving more data about the project results. And then, of course, there is the YME platform where all the documents are stored. The platform was briefly presented by Peter before, and it will be presented in more detail by my colleague Manuela. And also another important tool is the e-assessment tool, the quiz, which will also be presented in detail by my colleague Manuela, and which is a tool which will allow you, the future entrepreneurs, to assess your skills and to see in which directions your skills are more developed, in which directions maybe you will have to read and study a little bit more to reach your objectives. We have also an e-learning platform where we started to upload some materials, and where probably we will also upload part or all of the documents already present on the project platform, and where also the trainers involved in the training of the young migrant entrepreneur will be able to develop their own e-learning courses. We are also present with our project on social network platforms, on Facebook and on Twitter for the moment, and maybe hopefully in the near future we are going also to be present on Instagram. And as Peter said, another communication tool is the app, the Android app, which also in our opinion is important because it contains all the links to the other communication tools. So in this way, working with the app, somebody can access from only one application all the project resources, all the sources of news about the project and about the follow-up activities which will continue after the project end. Of course, these links are available also from the other communication tools. You have links from the platform to the website, to the e-learning platform, to the e-assessment tool, to the app, to the social networks, and so on. But using the app, it's, in my opinion, the easiest way to access these resources. And I will start by briefly presenting the app and its design and its facilities. So for this, I will have to change the screen, and I will have to switch on a Zoom meeting where I am discussing with myself. This is myself on the PC, and this is myself on the phone. Hopefully nobody will call me now to interrupt my communication. So on the phone, I already installed the app, which is here. So when opening the app, in the first page, I have simple access to all the communication tools and all the resources I mentioned before. I have the access to the project website, which you probably know very well. It's the website where all the information about how the project run are present, and information about the partners, and information about the events, and so on. I will open it maybe in the desktop on the PC. Also in the app, we have the link to the platform, where you have, as Manuela will detail a little bit later, all the project resources, the guides for the students, the guides for the trainers, the green book, and so on. And of course, also on the platform, you have the links to the e-assessment tool, to Moodle, to the project website, to the app, and to the social networks. Then, also in the app, we have the direct link to the e-assessment tool, and we have the direct link to the e-learning platform. What we have in the app, and it's not directly present on the other websites, is a collection of videos. Basically, for the moment, you can see the videos which you were able to see in the initial presentation of the partners. But while we will keep this app updated, and we will refresh the information on it, more and more of these videos will be present. Of course, you are also able to access these videos on the YouTube channel of the Bogazici University. And finally, there are in the app the links to the project Facebook page, and also the link to the project Twitter page. I will, as you see, and this is, let's say, a characteristic behavior of the Android apps. When accessing the social networks from the app, you are going directly to that page. Is not like it's happening on a desktop, on a computer, where we will see that accessing these links to the social networks is not going directly to the page, but it's asking you to post or to share something. So now I will close this, and I will come back shortly to my web browser, where you can, and here is the web page of the platform. And what I was saying before is that if you are going to the social networks links on a desktop application, it's not taking you directly to that page, but it's asking you to share or to like the respective page. Well, for installing the app on your phone, you will not have to search for it on Play Store, but we prefer to put the application on an open source website. So you can install the app, for example, scanning this QR code with your phone, or going also on your phone on this link, where you will have both, again, the QR code and the link for downloading the app. And after downloading, I'm sure you know what to do for installing it and for accessing all these resources, which of course are also available in the browser, like of course the project website, the Facebook page of the project, the Twitter page of the project, and also the e-learning platform, where it seems I have to log in again. So basically, this is all about the app. It's a simple app. It's pretty simple to be used, but its importance is that also, as Peter said, can be accessed when you can't use a computer, and it's the main communication tool of the project, which is giving directly the access to all the project resources. And now I will let my colleague Manuela to present in more detail the platform and the e-assessment tool, and I will come back in the end to present some things about the e-learning platform of the YME project.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Manuela. First of all, I want to thank you, Professor Tomsavu, for giving me in October 2019 the opportunity to work in this wonderful project. I had a lot to learn from this project, and I am very grateful to him, but also to all our partners, because I felt in this project as in a big family, and this is very important. The work environment was very, very nice. So thank you all partners. Thank you all colleagues from Bogazici University, from CPI Italy, from Work Center Scotland, for Dutch Foundation of Welfare, and of course for all our colleagues from University Polytechnica of Bucharest. And now allow me to share my screen and to present you our YME platform and the e-assessment tool that was developed during the Young Migrants Entrepreneur project. I hope I'm sharing the right screen. So first, I will start presenting the YME platform, which is an integrated tool that allows all users access to all entrepreneurial and educational resources that were developed during the Young Migrants Entrepreneur project. That platform is developed in 6 languages: Turkish, Arabic, Dutch, Italian, Romanian, and English. On its main pages, you can see the guides for students, the Young Migrants Entrepreneur Guide developed by us during the project. The Work Center Scotland was in charge of this project. Peter already introduced you this intellectual output, but I will show you how you can navigate to its chapter from our platform. The Good Practices and Needs Analysis report that was developed in order to be the basis of our all intellectual outputs, the Youth Workers and Teacher Guides, and our final output, the YME Green Book. Of course, as Professor Tomsavu already told you, you can have access to the e-assessment tool, and we'll talk a little bit later about the e-assessment tool on our e-learning space on the website of the project, and you can get the application from this platform, and you can go to our social media. Now I will start going to the pages of the Young Migrants Entrepreneur Guide. I will go to the page of the English versions, but all versions have the same layout. So all principal chapters of our output is presented here, and navigating to the links, you can find the new web pages with important resources on entrepreneurial things. So starting from here, you can navigate and search information regarding entrepreneurial motivation, dreams, idea, ways that you can develop ideas, how to start a business plan, the laws and regulations that are presented in all YME countries, as are presented in 10 steps, as Peter already introduced you. So each paragraph from here is guiding you to the document that presents that step from a certain country. So here are presented for the United Kingdom. And going back to the main page, you can also download the entire guide, and you can use it in guiding you when you want to open a new business. The Youth Workers and Teacher Guides is developed in order to help the youth workers, trainers, teachers, and all persons that want to guide young migrants, and not only young migrants, in starting their entrepreneurial journey. The guide has 4 main chapters, and the most important chapters is the chapter where the session plans are presented. All these session plans were developed in correlation with the Young Migrants Entrepreneur Guide. In these session plans, you can find detail about each session, the duration, the delivery methods you can use, learning objectives, intended learning outcomes, the session details, and of course, there is a link that will guide you to the chapter of the Young Migrants Entrepreneur Guide that is presented in this session plan. Final, the YME Green Book, it can be accessed as a PDF document in all project languages. Now we'll go and I will present the e-assessment tool. You can access the e-assessment tool directly from the platform or from the application that you can install on your mobile. Of course, in order to get the entrepreneurial assessment tool, you need to log in, and you have here some small instructions how you can log in. For example, if you want to go for Turkish language, you need to write user TR, for Arabic user ER, and so on. I will log in as an English user, an English speaker user. And the password for Quest is 111. This is our welcome page to our YME assessment tool. And after that, you will see a questionnaire. Our questionnaire has 5-6 questions from different domains. The questions are as presented here with different items. Only one item can be selected. And after that, you'll go to the next section, but the platform will not allow you to go to the next section if you don't complete all the answers. Because I don't want to get you bored, I will present you in brief during my presentation the type of questions that you can find in the YME assessment tool. So you can find questions related to self-confidence, you will find questions related to communication skills, leadership, problem solving, creativity, finance, ambition, and risk-taking. By solving all these questions, by answering at all these questions, you will be able to evaluate your entrepreneurial skills. Besides the questions that you saw in the example, you can find questions that are based on a certain sequence that will appear and stay on your screen a few seconds. After that, the question will appear and you need to answer at the questions. There are also questions based on videos, on audio. And after that, you will receive the questions. And also for the nonverbal communications, there are questions based on images that need to be interpreted by the user. Also questions with scales and questions with 4 items. Going back to our e-assessment tool. After you will complete the e-assessment tool, you will receive some scores and you will be recommended some resources that you can use in order to improve your skills. For example, here in confidence and in leadership, they are strongly recommended to learn more about these skills. For example, on communication skills and on ambition skills, there is an excellent understanding. So if you want to learn more, you can access the resources, but it's not mandatory to do this. Of course, most of the resources can be accessed via the Young Migrants Entrepreneur Guide that is also on this platform. If you click here, you can access a part of these resources. Of course, for all type of questions, this was only an example. Each of you will receive a feedback based on the answers that he or she gave to the questions. After that, when you press next, I'll press next now, but because I've stayed too much time, I don't know if the feedback questionnaire will appear. So it appeared. The feedback questionnaire will appear. So please give us a feedback. Tell us if this application, this e-assessment tool is useful, if it was easy to use. Give us some suggestions to improve it. And of course, if you want, let us your email. And after that, you can submit your answers. So this was in brief my presentation regarding the YME platform and the e-assessment tool. And now I will give the word to Professor Savu to show you our e-learning space. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again. I will, because I was able to see, and I'm very happy for this, that already some of our viewers are trying to install the app. So I will share again my screen now. Just a moment. Share screen. The first one. Okay. Let's wait to load. So for installing the app, you have to go, let's say, to the YME platform. But YME-platform.net. And here on the platform, you have the QR code. I will show you now what I am doing with my phone. So here is the image on your computer, and then on your phone, of course, you have to have an app for reading the QR codes, like I have this QR barcode scanner. If you start the app for scanning the QR codes, and you have to have in the app an option, scan barcode, your camera will start. This is the keyboard of my computer. And when you put the camera on the QR code, this is an advertising, I am closing it. The app for scanning the QR codes is reading the information in the QR code and is asking you to go to the website. And if I'm pressing go to the website, I'm going to the server on which the app is installed, this Mobbing Cube store, so not Play Store. And on Mobbing Cube store, I can download the app. So this is the way to install. So instead of going to Play Store, you have to scan this QR code, and after you scan the QR code with your phone, the phone is taking you to the Mobbing Cube server, and from the Mobbing Cube server, you can download the app on your phone and install it. So if you encounter any problems in downloading or installing the app, basically on the project website, in the contact section, you have an email address dedicated for the project. So just send us an email and we will be able to contact you and to help you in installing. Okay, so I can see on YouTube that it's solved. In the end of our presentation, I would like to tell you something about this e-learning platform, Moodle. As maybe many of you already know, Moodle is a very well-known e-learning platform which is used maybe in thousands of schools and colleges and universities around the world. It's an open source, it's a free e-learning platform. So this is why it was the choice of so many users. And on one installation of Moodle in our university, we created a special sections for the e-learning courses developed in the YME project, and why not for other courses dedicated for the entrepreneurship training. For the moment, we inserted here only 2 guides, in fact a guide and a book about how to use Moodle. Anyway, there is a lot of information about how to use Moodle on the web, generally speaking. And we inserted a course about entrepreneurship and business development, which is already taught by our colleague, Professor Andrei Dumitrescu in our university. The idea is that we would like to have this e-learning platform opened not only for the project partners, but also for teachers and trainers who, after reading and studying the documents on our platforms and communication tools, will decide to try to create a course of their own. And we have the possibility to host the courses you are going to develop on this platform. You will see that, in fact, there are two separate sections here. And apart from this section, young migrant entrepreneurs, when someone will decide to start developing an e-learning course, I think my session ended here. Sorry for this. I will try to log in again. Okay, you see? So when someone will decide to start developing a course on Moodle, we have a separate section where you will be able to test the platform and to see how the things you are developing are looking, how they are running. This is a sort of a sandbox. And after you will develop your course on the sandbox and you will think the course is ready to be published on the public platform, on this one, then we will move your course here. And using your course, you will be able not only to publish the course content, but you will be able, for example, to create forums for discussing with your students, to make announcements, to insert, like in this example, to insert videos, to develop quizzes and evaluation questionnaires, and so on. So basically, all the types of content and all the types of activities which are normally hosted by an e-learning platform. So basically, this was our presentation from the University Polytechnica of Bucharest. There are many more to be said about the content you can find on our platforms and website. It was, I can say that the content, the guides, the student guides, the teacher guides, the green book, and all the other content developed by our partners in the project have a huge amount of information. There are, I think, from many projects we participated in, this project has the greatest amount of information which was made available to young people who would like to start their business career. So to the young entrepreneur. And in the same time, the way in which the content was developed, the accent which was put on presenting not only written documents, but also videos, podcasts, images, and so on. So all these are making the content very easy accessible. So we are very confident that the young people who is going to access these documents will make a very clear and strong idea about how they have to start their first step in entrepreneurship. And we are looking forward for some years from now to hear from the future entrepreneurs and to send us a message and to say, hey, I started a business after I've read the documents you posted in your project. Come and visit my company to have a coffee, for example. And I'm sure this is going to happen. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure to work in this project. It was a pleasure to see that many people is looking and listening to us. And we are hoping that this cooperation will continue and we will be able to develop our results for the success of the young people we are addressing. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you, Professor Tom and Manuela. Now we are done with the presentations. From now on, we will proceed with panels. When you have questions for speakers, please share with us through the comment section on YouTube. The first panel will be about entrepreneurship and doing business as a migrant. Peter Vanshi, Work Centre Scotland Director, will moderate the panel.
Thank you very much. Today we are going to have a panel discussion about young migrant entrepreneurship and doing business as a migrant. First, want to introduce the panel to you, which is Jeff Leask, Director of Young Enterprise Scotland. Hi, Jeff.
Hi there, Peter. How are you?
Good. I'm good. Thank you very much for joining us. I would like to introduce also Bart Hoene, multi-entrepreneur. So many things he's doing that we don't really have titled it underneath your name, Bart, but you're, among others, Director of Area 071 and Director of Catsville. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay,
nice to be here.
Thank you for being here, Bart, and you're an added value to our panel. Then Zakia Mouloui Gueri, founder and CEO of Invisible Cities. Hi, Zakia.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you for also accepted the invitation of joining us. Then I also have Asman Yassin, Director of Sonic Pocket.
Hi guys.
There he is. At the last moment, like a real entrepreneur, Asman. Thank you for joining us as well. And finally, last but not least, we have Samuel, who's lecturer at Hunter Centre for Entrepreneurship at the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow. And I'm right that you will start with a little presentation, a little introduction of the panel. And from there, we will go into the discussion with the panel members. Samuel, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much for the very warm introduction today, and greetings to the rest of the panel. Good to see some faces I recognize. I think Scotland is very strongly represented in this event today. It's a great honor to be able to share my presentation and talk about the contributions and barriers that we think from our research migrant entrepreneurs face. This research is based on a study that was carried out in Scotland over the last couple of years, but we believe from other research that we've come across globally, that the findings are also relevant for other countries. Okay, so firstly, contributions. We found 10 contributions which we grouped in themes, and I'll go through each of these 10 contributions in turn. The first two are really about early stage entrepreneurial activity and entrepreneurial aptitudes and aspirations that migrants bring to their host economies. This research used Global Entrepreneurship Monitor data in Scotland, and what we can see there is, the various rates of entrepreneurial activity as a percentage of the population in Scotland, and you can see there the Scottish non-migrant rates. We have several groups of migrants in this study. We looked at Scottish people that have moved from their home region to other regions within Scotland. We also looked at people that have moved from the rest of the UK into Scotland, and also Scottish people that have stayed for some time outside Scotland and have since come back home to Scotland. But today, I think it's right to just focus for a little bit on overseas migrants. That is people that are born outside of the UK that have moved to Scotland. And we can see the rates there, just looking at the second last column there. Across all measures of entrepreneurial activity and entrepreneurial aptitudes, we can see that migrants are supposedly more entrepreneurial. There's more nascent activity, there's more new business startup activity, total entrepreneurship, early stage entrepreneurship activity is greater. We can see we have migrants coming into Scotland with higher levels of education at almost 30%. Of overseas migrants have postgraduate qualifications. There's a lot more business background, family business background, so people that actually know or have experience with business from very, very close. And you can see the expectations of high growth are also higher at 4.4% compared to 1.7%. And what you can see there is, migrants are doing better than non-migrants in all of these different rates of entrepreneurial activity. Now, if you look at, the type of dynamism that migrants are bringing to their host economies, you can see that, the evidence is there. The entrepreneurs that were born overseas bring a lot of this economic dynamism to their host economies. However, it's very interesting to see the translation of that early stage entrepreneurial activity into established business rates. So what we can see there is, whilst total early stage entrepreneurial activity is 5.5% among Scottish non-migrants, the established business ownership rate is 4.6%. If you look at what's happening with our migrant communities, there's a lot of early stage entrepreneurial activity at 9%, almost 10% of the migrant population. But the rate of established business ownership is a lot lower. And so, if you compare the two, there's a lot more early stage activity, but established business ownership isn't as high. So there's a problem there in terms of, new business that these migrants are starting, translating into established businesses. And that is a really interesting question for us to investigate further. Another contribution is in terms of revenues and jobs, the activity that migrant entrepreneurs are still able to generate. How does that then translate into contributions to the wider economy? Now, migrant entrepreneurs in Scotland account for 13% of all SMEs. And if you look at the job creation activity, migrant entrepreneurs are able to hold their own. Yeah, we couldn't find systematically different like we do like correlation analysis and things like that. We couldn't find differences between migrant entrepreneurs and job creation or the number of jobs that various businesses have. Okay, so if you then took that to mean that, migrant entrepreneurs are able to kind of hold their own in terms of jobs, then you can attribute over 100,000 jobs in Scotland to migrant-led small and medium enterprises, and the same goes with revenues, and you can estimate therefore that around 13 billion pounds worth of revenues is attributable to migrant entrepreneur-led businesses. And when we talk to entrepreneurs, they say they feel they're not really taking anything away. There's the old story, that's said of migrants coming over here taking our jobs. But what we can see is that, the data is telling us the migrants are engaging quite a lot in early stage activity. It's not translating at the same rates to established business ownership, but the businesses that still manage to kind of get to full establishment are able to contribute in a major way to the Scottish economy, and the entrepreneurs themselves feel they're actually making a contribution. They're not really taking anything away. So that's an important thing to highlight. The fourth contribution is in terms of the direct contributions to the local economies in the local areas where these migrants live. Okay, and we can see there from the data that migrant entrepreneurs are more likely to work with local suppliers as compared to non-migrant Scottish entrepreneurs, and they take a lot of pride in their place in the local economy. So you can see, a direct quotation there verbatim from one of our respondents who was very proud that they were making contributions to the local area, and because of cost reasons, they will tend to go into kind of more or less rundown areas, and they revitalize those areas, which is a really important thing. And as you can see in the other quotation there, migrants that go into rural areas in Scotland are more likely to be self-employed and to contribute to those rural economies that way. I recall one conversation I was having with some migrant entrepreneurs in the Highlands, and because of the activity they had brought to the local community, including creating jobs, they were able to keep people locally in that village, which then meant that the local school could remain open. There was enough of a population to warrant keeping that school open, and the next school was 15 miles up the road, up in the Highlands. So that's a really important contribution to society. The other contribution is Slack. Slack is known in management research to be very important for growth. So you want to have unused potential in the tank that can be used or can be drawn on to drive growth. And if you look at migrant entrepreneurial activity, they're not really giving everything yet. So you can see in terms of, as we've already spoken about, there's a lot of startup activity that doesn't translate to business, established businesses. What if those businesses were supported and became established businesses? There's a lot of migrant-led entrepreneurs with very high growth aspirations. What if all of those high growth aspirations were supported and realized? There's a lot of interest in exportation, but exportation by migrant entrepreneurs isn't as high as it could be. So there's that slack there. There's that potential in the tank that can be drawn on to drive further contributions into the host economy and the host society. And if you look at things that are more closer to migrants themselves, research suggests that migrant households that are entrepreneurs are able to hold their own in terms of wealth. Okay, so entrepreneurs generally tend to be wealthier households, and migrant households that are entrepreneurs are also able to hold their own in terms of wealth distribution in society. And if you look at these graph here, if you compare non-entrepreneurial migrant households, their wealth share in society is lower than what you would expect, given their proportion in society. So, if you're looking at migrants to realize their dreams, their, socioeconomic well-being, then if they were to be supported to become entrepreneurs, you'd expect to have that being realized than if these migrants were not entrepreneurs. Okay, there's other kind of more qualitative contributions. Migrants support other migrants. They bring a lot of diversity to society and to the economy in terms of ideas. They also have, a lot of knowledge and networks that they bring from their home countries into their host country, and in doing so, they're able to kind of bridge multiple cultures and enhance integration. Okay, so a story is told of chicken tikka masala, which is a very popular dish globally. Apparently, that was invented in Glasgow. How did that happen? It's because you have South Asian migrants coming into Scotland and discovering that Scottish people don't like hot chili that much. So if you bring it down a little bit, then you have something that is of interest to a huge section of society. And today, in the whole of the UK, when people go out on a Saturday night for a meal, they would usually go for a curry. So that's a really important contribution to have, a South Asian dish become a national delicacy in the UK. That's a really important contribution. You can see there, the sorts of places where all of these different migrants in Scotland and in the UK are coming from, and they bring all of that knowledge and culture and everything to Scotland and contribute to society in those ways. But whilst you have all of these contributions, there are lots of barriers that migrants face as migrants and also as migrant entrepreneurs. And we developed a list of thematic barriers that we found, some pertaining to business, others pertaining to the migrant themselves and the wider society in general. So in terms of business, money, access to financing has always been a huge concern for migrant entrepreneurs and ethnic minority entrepreneurs. And this is usually because they don't really have a track record. They don't have a history of, relations with, banks and other financial providers. And so without a track record, it's very difficult to be trusted with credit, okay? There's a problem also with markets. A lot of migrants tend to target initially the migrant population. Those tend to be very small markets, enclaves, if you like, and that's not a big enough market to support a high growth business. Then you have issues with management. A lot of migrants will go into business without the requisite management skills. So that's an area of support that is needed. And that links quite nicely with matriculation, which is the qualifications that migrants have and they come with to their host economy. Sometimes it's difficult to translate those qualifications to qualifications that are recognized in the host economy. Other times you have, people wanting to go into businesses, say in IT, they don't have the right qualifications and therefore they have difficulties there. You also have problems with what we call motive and metal. What is the reason really behind people choosing to become entrepreneurs? In some cases, it is because people cannot find alternative work, which is a problem, because if you're going into entrepreneurship out of necessity, maybe you don't have the right motivation. And in terms of metal, it's a question of resilience. If you don't have the right support, you're not going into business because there is an opportunity and you're driven, and you don't also have the resilience, both mentally and in terms of support, it can become really, really difficult. And ménage is the household, you'll have heard a lot of stories about ethnic minority communities and migrant households being more exposed to coronavirus because they live in multiple generation households. The way homes are managed because of cultural reasons and what have you can be different in migrant communities, and that then impacts the way business is run. Okay, you have issues to do with morals and mores. You'll know that, for example, some of our Muslim brothers and sisters do not take mainstream loans for religious or moral reasons, and that can impact the way those businesses are run. Number 8 there, we have mates, mentors, and role models. That's just really a question of networks. Migrants will not have built, the networks that our entrepreneurs in the host society have, from school, and then you go into secondary school, you go into university. All those mates can become really useful for you as contacts when you start a business. There's issues to do with mentorship, because migrants tend not to join mainstream ecosystem organizations, and therefore they miss out on the sort of mentoring that you get through the chambers and chambers of commerce and other business associations. You also have policies at the meso level and the macro level, and just the wider societal context at the macro level. You've had issues to do with racism and things like that, and those can impact migrant entrepreneurs as they try to undertake entrepreneurship. And finally, there is a really interesting issue regarding marginalization and multiplicity. So we saw earlier that all the various places globally the migrants come from, and if you intersectionalize all of these things, so you have, for example, female, Muslim, Black, you can see a lot of barriers building very, very quickly, and you can be meta-marginalized because you're kind of falling in between marginalized kind of groupings, and you therefore have a multiplicity of disadvantage. And because of that multiplicity in society, it becomes very difficult for host governments to do much about these issues, because if, for example, female Muslim African migrants are having or require specific support, it's very difficult for governments to develop support for that specific group, given the multiplicity of groups and the various combinations that you can have. But if you manage to come through all of these barriers, you can see there again the various types of contributions that migrants are able to make to society. So I'm very happy to take any questions and to engage in further discussions about these themes with my fellow panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samuel. I thought it was a great presentation. It really struck me that you say that actually the migrants do better than the non-migrants as regards to entrepreneurship, and 13 billion of annual revenues. That's pretty. That's a lot of jobs, 107,000. So, what would you think would be the basis for success? Why is this happening? Did you know something about it? Could you figure it out?
There's various combinations of things. Migrants have, a lot of underlying confidence, in themselves. And if you think, someone has made a decision to leave their home country to start afresh in another country, that's a very confident person. So migrants are able to draw on those inbuilt capabilities, are able to do very well and overcome the barriers. So what we need is to support migrants as they overcome those barriers that we've outlined today.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to ask the other panel members as well if they have maybe a question to Samuel. And if not, I would like to go individually to everybody. I will come back to you, Samuel, later, but stick around. Jeff, can you start with introducing yourself a little bit more, because we did it very shortly, but maybe it's good to tell well what you do.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, it's great, as Samuel said, to have a good, strong Scottish contingent on the call. Hopefully our accents will be easily understood from the Scottish perspective. I'm delighted to be here. I'm Jeff Leask. I'm the Chief Executive of an organisation called Young Enterprise Scotland. Our mission is about achieving enterprise for all. So it's enabling young people to improve their lives, their futures, through learning by doing enterprise activities. And over the course of a normal year, we would routinely engage with around about 16,000 young people in primary school, secondary school, and in colleges of further education across Scotland. Is that enough there to get you started, Peter?
Yes. One of the questions I would like to ask you is that, I mean, you help a lot of young, potential young entrepreneurs, and can you tell me a little bit how many young entrepreneurs you have helped in Scotland, and do you also have the numbers on the specific target group, the young migrant entrepreneurs?
We, as much as we work with thousands of young people, in the main, our core activity is about improving the entrepreneurial mindset and developing the enterprise skills. That's our key focus. Our role is then to ensure that these young people who wish to set up an enterprise, a business, whether it's a social enterprise or a private enterprise, whether it's individually or collectively, that they successfully progress to the next step on the enterprise ladder, and make sure that we pass them to the organisations that can give them support. So as much as we work with tens of thousands of young people, the numbers that we work with on a close basis around about setting up a business will be vary between 100 and 200 a year, and they're mostly from the colleges of further education, Peter. And in ballpark figures, it's about 8% of the young people at that lower number that we engage with who would come from that migrant entrepreneur community.
Okay, well, thank you very much. You think that there do you have as an organization a special focus facilitation for this specific target group? Or do you think, I mean, it's also maybe a general approach that you say it's just a young entrepreneurship approach?
Well, we approach enterprise for all, so it's for everybody. But we have taken strong steps to make sure that we have a good foundation in our organisation around about diversity and inclusion, and we've delivered on 2 projects that have upskilled our organisational knowledge and capacity to enable us to work better with migrant entrepreneurs in Young Enterprise Scotland. So we worked on one project with the Royal Bank of Scotland, who funded us to support that, and we've also worked with Glasgow Chamber of Commerce in that area as well. And just going back to what Samuel said there before, you know, the ability that migrant entrepreneurs have, the fact that, as Samuel said, they've picked up and they've decided to go somewhere else, they are stronger in their resilience capacity when they arrive with us in Scotland. They have that stronger entrepreneurial mindset when they arrive in our country, and they also have that creative flair about them. And as much as the chicken tikka masala example, it is a very simple one. It's a good one for showing that, you know, innovation and creativity doesn't have to be around about technology. It's about recognizing that there's a gap in the market and adapting to that. Peter.
Yeah. I thought it was very interesting, Samuel, in regards to that you see in your report that the non-migrants are really picking the gaps in the market. Taking up that topic, I want to go to Bart, and Bart, you can start by maybe do a more proper introduction than I just did at the beginning. And then I would like to give a follow-up question for you relating to this topic. But could you first maybe do a proper introduction?
Yeah, of course. But first, I'd like to thank Samuel for the presentation, because it's very interesting. And well, we're from Holland, and well, I think this topic isn't getting enough attention at the moment. So, well, it's very interesting. Also, the results of your research. So, well, compliments for that. Well, I'm the director and founder of Area 071. It's a private startup hub in the region of Leiden, a university city. And well, we have over more than 140 startups there. And from there out, we have been working for the University of Leiden and the University of Applied Sciences from Leiden. We wrote a blueprint for the Leiden Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. It's for those two institutes. Still working there as an entrepreneur in residence. And we also developed last year the first life science and health incubation program on the Leiden Bioscience Park. And still doing some entrepreneuring of myself. So besides Area, I'm busy with my own clothing and lifestyle brand. We do some data-based research for economic studies. And our latest endeavor is we have some high-end meat products we're going to sell. So it's a bit of diverse, but there are chances and opportunities everywhere. So
that's going to be interesting part, the meat combined with the Rambo style branding you have.
Well, yeah.
I was want to pop up the question, like, because you're involved with a lot of entrepreneurial hubs and incubator schemes. Do you see a lot of involvement and engagement of our specific target group, the young migrant entrepreneurs, or the migrant entrepreneurs specifically?
Well, there's not much involvement there. Instead of, well, in the city of Leiden, there are many international students, so we attract people from all over the world. But on a migrant level, it's not really included, and it should be, because there should be standard entry points for young migrant entrepreneurs to go on that adventure, to experiment, to try, to learn, to have access to knowledge, to talent, to money, to network, etc. Just we have to create those environments, and the environments are already there, but I really think they're not inclusive enough yet. So we have to keep working on that.
Yeah, well, I'm as everybody maybe knows, I'm also Dutch. I think that the Dutch entrepreneurial mindset is well known in the world. But I must say that I also are thinking about that I don't really see a lot of entrepreneurial strategies in that angle, in that perspective. So I think also there should be done more about that. Do you? I know you do a lot of projects with schools. I believe you just started a project with potential young entrepreneurs. Can you tell us something about that?
Well, we're doing a lot of projects, but this one is for students of the communication education from the University of Applied Sciences. And students can work as a business there, and by doing actual assignments for real companies, and they're learning to set up their own business, to create their entrepreneurial mindset, and to think like an entrepreneur. So it's not only as doing an assignment, but as an entrepreneur, and that's a big difference. So that's one of the projects we do, and it's fun.
Yeah, I know it's only one. I mean, we cannot do all of your projects because we're running out of time. But I want to go to Osman Yassin. Osman, I would like to ask you as well that you, if you can introduce yourself in a more appropriate way.
Yep, thank you very much, Peter, for inviting us along today, and thanks, for all the panel. Samuel, really good presentation. Enjoyed that. So my name's Osman Yassin. I'm a founder of a company based in Glasgow. It's called Sonic Pocket. And the company that we've developed is to teach children about financial education in a real fun way, digitizing pocket money, how to earn pocket money, how to spend it, how to create savings goals. So kind of relating to what we're discussing here today, I would say that I've had really great experiences with various different agencies who have helped various students come over to Scotland. We basically supported them in the sense of, making them part of the team. And also, as times went through, I've been part of the Unlock Ambition programme within Scotland as well, which I was one of the first cohorts there. I think if we're talking individually on Scotland and my own personal experience, I've found that Scotland's been really great for, bringing along international business people to Scotland. We've had people from Iran, Azerbaijan, Malta that have been based over in Scotland. So I think, in a sense, kind of backing up a lot of things that Samuel was kind of mentioning, that I think Scotland's very inclusive for that. I come from Glasgow, which is the part of Glasgow that I come from. It's not a very migrant area. And I kind of feel like, the government here has kind of supported us through grant funding, giving us support and all of the type of things as well. So I think overall for us, I think giving the opportunity to migrants, has been really, really good for us, for our company to develop it as well.
Okay, well, thank you. The idea of your company is helping to improve future generations. Do you have a particular approach to the young migrant children, or do you also think it's more the same kind of general approach? Do you?
I think we've kind of tried to keep it very universal for the platform. We've gave options on the platform where if a family's less affluent and they don't have a lot of funds, they can use points within the platform. So they don't actually have to digitize their pocket money. It can just be virtual points within the platform. So kind of linking into what Peter's commenting there, I think we're just trying to make it for all children to just have a universal option. The education stuff is all mathematical that we've got. So we've just kept it all universal, I would say.
Okay. Thank you. And I would love to go to Sakia. She is introduced as a young migrant entrepreneur on the billboards, but I believe you're much way ahead of that. You have come up with a very interesting idea and founded the company. Can you tell and introduce yourself and tell us what you do and about your specific entrepreneurial journey?
Thank you for having me as well today, and it's really great hearing from other experiences. So my name is Zakia, and I founded a social enterprise called Invisible Cities, where I'm based here in Edinburgh, Scotland, but we also operate in Glasgow, in Manchester, York and Cardiff. So our plan is to expand to other cities across the UK and one day the world. But so Invisible Cities trains people who have experienced homelessness to become guides of their own cities. And then we offer walking tours to tourists and locals and residents alike, so that we can discover our cities in a unique way. So off the beaten track alternative tourism is what we thrive in. But I came to Scotland from France, where I'm originally from, now 12 years ago. And in France, I come from a mixed family. So my father's from Algeria and my mother's from France. So I was, brought up in a multicultural environment, and it was always a plan, to kind of travel and discover the world. But Scotland happened to me as a by chance, I would say. So I came to Scotland 12 years ago as a 1-year gap in my life, never to return ever again. So, which I think happens with a lot of people that I've spoken to. A lot of people will say, oh, I came for 6 months, so I came for the festival and then fell in love with the city. So it wasn't planned on my end, and I was lucky enough to work in organizations and companies that supported homeless people in the city, but also internationally. So, and in particular with the Homeless World Cup Foundation, which uses the power of football to support people who may be in hostels, in shelters, or living on the streets. And that international experience really gave me a taste of what it was like working in support of others, but also what some of the issues were that I could see, you know, through my work. And then did I go away here? Can you hear me?
But you're back. The voice is back.
No, I've lost them. No. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Sorry, I couldn't see you for a minute. So a big personal event happened to me. So I got diagnosed with cancer when I was 27 on my 27th birthday. And that, I guess, like for a lot of people, it puts everything into perspective and it makes you think about what you want to do and who you want to be and that type of thing. So and as a migrant, you know, I like to talk about that because for me, it was either a choice of staying in Scotland or going back to France, but I decided to stay in Scotland. And when I got better, you know, thanks to the amazing people at the NHS and everybody else, you know, I decided that I wanted to start my own enterprise and create my own path in a way. But it's very much strong from that experience that I started looking into developing an enterprise, and I didn't have any business background or entrepreneurial background, neither in my family or in my direct kind of circle. It was more, you know, I trained to be a teacher and I trained in linguistics. So it isn't particularly what was there for me. But I found that in Scotland and in Edinburgh in particular, we always say it's such a small place. So it's easy to connect with others and network and ask for support and, you know, just ask a lot of questions and receive a lot of help and encouragement. So I spent maybe about 6 to 8 months going around Edinburgh in particular, you know, testing the idea, asking if people thought it would be viable and what kind of support was out there. And again, I found that, you know, there was funding opportunities, there were development opportunities, learning opportunities, and what those were and what I could do personally, but also what I needed to do to be able to take this crazy idea of running tours with people who had an experience of homelessness and make it a reality. And I found that all of that because of the collective. So not only because of my direct circle and, you know, friends and family and colleagues, but also others who came on board and tried to help, it was made possible. And that was 5 years ago already. So, and then we've gone, you know, to other cities, and we're really proud to say, you know, we started in Scotland, but are now in other cities in the UK and want to replicate what we do in other parts of the world. So in France, obviously, because it's I'm a bit biased, but also in the EU and why not, you know, all around the world.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering, do you have a specific tip or trick as a young entrepreneur, as advice for all the other young entrepreneurs out there?
I think, and it's an advice I give to everybody, which is all about collaboration and talking to people and networking with people. I think sometimes I certainly didn't realize how much help and how much support I would receive from others, and sometimes from organizations like maybe Young Enterprise Scotland, but also sometimes from individuals. And, you know, further down the line, these people may become your friends, or they may become partners, or they may become, you know, people you work with, but everybody, you know, can contribute to what you do. So I don't know if it's specific to Scotland, but I found that you're never quite alone in what you do. And if you do reach out and say, you know, I need help with XYZ, then help will come. And I think I was maybe nervous about that when I started, but you know, really forced myself to do that. So I would say, you know, never do anything on your own. And sometimes it's having a chat with someone, which I think is people think it's underrated, or what use is that going to be? Well, actually, you can get a lot out of that. Or sometimes it's more practical, more financial support, but reach out to others, you know, speak about your idea. I also believe that the moment you say it out loud, it becomes a reality. So, you know, say it and ask people what they think. Collaboration and partnership, I think, is the key for entrepreneurs, but also for when this is not your home country. For everyone, I think that would be my number one tip.
Okay, well, good. Thank you very much. I must say that sometimes also as an entrepreneur, I mean, by just doing stuff, and because you do stuff, you just bump into other people, and that's how networking and communicating always starts. I must say, I mean, there is a plan, but sometimes things just evolve because you're going into a certain direction. So maybe Jeff, I know you have an overview of all the projects you are doing with Young Enterprise Scotland. What would you see as a tip for any young entrepreneur out there? What would be your main tip or trick?
Tip or trick? I think what Zakia said there is so true. It's about not being afraid to ask, and I'm delighted that there are so many organisations and individuals in Scotland. I can only speak on around about the Scottish entrepreneurial ecosystem, but there are many organisations out there that are willing and able to help. And we were all given the ability, to communicate in some way or form, and use that in whichever way you can. And the advantage that we have nowadays, and the fact that we're all together here from Istanbul, from the Netherlands, and from across Scotland here, the ability to communicate is even stronger. And I think harnessing that to your best effect is the one piece of advice that I would have. And the second, sort of, once you've done that, find a mentor or a number of mentors round about you, people that can be trusted allies to you. Because if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together.
Yeah, I think that's true. I must say with the YME project, we also put in a lot of on self-entrepreneurship education, but also that if you are maybe a little bit lost with inspiration and motivation, what happens to us all, then it's good to have some support from a business mentor or somebody else. It could be also family or whatever. So Osman, I mean, we had in our talk before this panel, we were talking about your entrepreneurial journey. Did you have someone like that when you were trying to set up your business?
Yeah, I was very fortunate. I was part of an accelerator group based in Scotland. And I thought before I went into it, I knew a lot about business. But when I got there, I thought, you know what, I've got so much more to learn. And I think, like what Zakia mentioned as well, that I think the power of these type of things is you're part of a collaboration of you're part of an accelerator which has got lots of different other people there who've got different mindsets, different backgrounds, and you learn from each other. But the unique thing is you can give out so much, which is satisfying as well. You can help other entrepreneurs, but what you're getting back as well, you're kind of skilling yourself up in the sense of you're getting the key skills that you require to move on to the next stage. And as I said, I was very fortunate to be part of Scottish Enterprises, some of their programs that they've done, and I've had the opportunity to go to Silicon Valley with the Scottish government as well. But that comes through, open up that network. I think if a lot of people are kind of someone who's looking to start a business, I would definitely say that you know, creating a good network around you is really important, to have good mentorships as well. And basically just, you know, when you've got an idea, you've got to not think it's just your own idea. You've got to basically get feedback on it to make sure you're kind of developing it as you're going along. So I think that would be like the key things. I had the opportunity to go to Silicon Valley with the Scottish Government, which was amazing. I never would have had that chance before to do it. And it's things that I cherish to just now. You know, I got to go to like Facebook, Apple headquarters, and the time that I was there, I was thinking, well, they're human beings, they're doing it. We can do similar things as well. And I think that's where Scotland's very unique, is we embrace a lot of other cultures into our own. But I think what's really, really important in a sense as well is Scotland's very unique. It's very unique because people are willing to help each other. You could just pick up the phone, say to someone, look, I need a little bit of a hand with this. I need to do some research, or can you test out my product from me? And the door's always basically open in Scotland. That's what I think is so unique about it here. As long as you're willing to work hard, it doesn't matter what background you're from. They're going to always open up the door for you. That's what I found.
Well, thank you, Usman. Before I want to go back to Sal, Bart, I've been at your entrepreneurial hub a lot of times, and also there you see, actually in a natural way, there's a lot of chemistry and networking on place at your area, right? Can you tell? Bart, do you hear me?
Yeah, well, not all of it, but
well, I can repeat. I was saying that I visited your area 071 entrepreneurial hub a couple of times, or many times, and you see a lot of chemistry on the floor as well. Can you tell me a little bit about the concept and how that works for everybody?
Oh yeah, sure. It's for me, it's all about building a community of people, and a community doesn't form on a top-down way. You have to facilitate people, and you have to make sure people are meeting each other in that physical space. So you have all the things people use, like toilets or a coffee machine or a printer. They should be positioned in central places of the building, and then people always doing their business, but they're still meeting each other because they run into each other, and that's the first step of getting to know new people. Because I totally agree with Usman, and building a network is some of like-minded or other people who are entrepreneurs or in your business or whatever they are relevant for. But it's very useful, so you can talk to people. You have always a shoulder to cry on when it's not going well. So that sort of things. So you have to facilitate people, but not force them into programs or force them into a certain direction, because one of the most essential parts of entrepreneurship is that you have to make your own choices, and you can have all the network and advice and all the experience around you, what you want, but you have to make your own choices in this life, and especially as an entrepreneur, and you have to make your own decisions. So that's crucial. So I always want to create environments where people can be safe, where people can be themselves, no matter who you are or what you are, and you want them to optimally grow their business. So that's it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Bart. I must say I like the atmosphere and the vibe always when I visit your place, even during Corona times, which we don't do that much anymore, and with the mask, of course. So it's good to see you all, by the way, without a mask, because we're all sitting, safe and sound at our homes or our home offices. So good you see you're all in good health. Samuel, I wanted to ask you something about another report you have written, but I hope you still know what you have written then. It's about the Starting Over report, Migrant Entrepreneurship in Scotland. And could you tell me what is the most essential, to your opinion, to be able to start over as a young migrant entrepreneur, as a migrant entrepreneur. Because usually what I find is that migrant entrepreneurs or young migrant entrepreneurs already did some entrepreneurship in their home country. But can you tell us something about that, or is it too difficult?
Yeah, certainly. I can talk about that all day.
We only have 9 minutes.
we have 9 minutes. I think, you know, as I mentioned at the beginning, what the first thing. Well, I'm an academic, so we overcomplicate things and then find out ways to simplify them. And I was just thinking, you know, you've heard a lot of 4 Ps and 4 Ds and all the rest of it. And I wanted to kind of very quickly develop a simple model here. And so you need 4 Cs to start over. And the Cs are kind of cornerstones, if you like. And the first one is really to kind of draw on the confidence that you have, the inbuilt confidence that you have as a migrant, to have made that journey and actually got there. Okay, so that's really important, to have that you know, ambition and optimistic mindset, not really kind of, you know, dampened by the barriers. So you need that confidence. I think that's the first cornerstone that you need to start over successfully in a host country. Then the next C you need, the next cornerstone, is competence. You need competence. You need to have an area in which you're really good at. Don't start a business in an area you don't really know anything about. You know, it doesn't need to be like competence as in, you know, computer engineering. You can be competent in, you know, an area of art or craft that you're drawing on your own kind of culture. I have a contact, an Iranian migrant entrepreneur that we came across when we were doing this study, and they were able to use just their competence with their hands in terms of just making beautiful art, you know, drawing on the artistic flair from Iran, and then using it's a very interesting business actually. Then using like waste wood from whiskey barrels, and just having that competence in terms of working with wood, and then telling that Iranian Scottish story. You know, that was really important. But on top of just having competence in something, you also need to have competence in business, in entrepreneurship. So you need to kind of know how to manage finances. You need to know how to do your marketing and build a business model, and change your business model and pivot. So you need competence in this specific area of business you want to engage in, but you also need entrepreneurial competence. I think the third C, I'm kind of trying to not be too ad lib here. The third C you need as a migrant is compatibility with your host economy. You don't want to be too different. You're going to join a system, a society that already exists. You need to plug in somewhere. You know, you can't be, you know, as I said in the example during the presentation about chicken tikka masala, you know, there's an interest in Asian food, but you know, I can't deal with really hot chili. So, you know, you need that compatibility to be able to build a business. You need to learn how the different support organizations work. There is obviously an interest in them being more welcoming and reaching out, but you need to be able to navigate the system and not really feel like that system doesn't work for me, so I'm not going to engage with it. So you need to build that compatibility. It is different from assimilation, because you're not being asked to be, you know, completely like Scottish people, because, you know, it's that uniqueness in terms of your culture and all the knowledge you're bringing from your home country and other places you may have visited. That's the value added, but you need to be able to plug into that system that already exists, and so that compatibility is important. And the third cornerstone, I think the fourth cornerstone, you need the fourth C is, you know, what I might call in jest here, a corner. You need a corner. Okay, you need to have a corner. I'm drawing from boxing a little bit here. And if you look at what happens in that corner, you have people that have trained you, people that are looking out for you. You're taking punches in the face, you have cuts, you have someone looking after those cuts, you have someone that's real with you. Yeah, you have someone that's looking after your interests, and they're saying to you, I think, this is really not working. I think you need to stop, or you're behind in the game. You need to improve. And this is someone that is really looking after your welfare as a person and in business. We were talking quite a lot about collaboration here, and it's those type of people you need in your corner, people that are supporting you, but also people that are real with you. You don't want people that are giving you false hope. You want someone that's going to tell you, I don't think this is working, you need to change things around, or actually, I think you're throwing good money after bad, I think you just need to quit and do something else. So I think it's important to have that corner. And because I talked about corners and cornerstones, I'm going to stop at the fourth corner, because that's how you need to build a house.
Well, you took 5 minutes with the answer. Well, that was really good. I really enjoyed your answer. I think the good thing about your answer is that all of the C's you mentioned are you can find them back in our YME project in the guides and in the green book. So I'm happy to hear that, and thank you for explicitly pointing out the 4 C's to us. I was also, when we were writing this project, I was also thinking about the refugees and asylum seekers who are mostly inactive due to what we do with them. I mean, we are not allowing them to work or to be active in a way as an entrepreneur should be. And I know they have lots of ideas. So that would be something. What I would love to see that that governments would implement, or that organizations would try to do to use the tools we have and also let them implement by people who are not naturalized yet or not a new citizen formally yet, because I think we can do a lot of work there. I'm not sure, but maybe you could tell me more, Jeff. Are there any of these kind of initiatives in the United Kingdom? Because I couldn't find them. Working from no.
No, nothing that I could throw into the mix there, Peter.
No, but I think it's probably it's a political heavyweight topic, of course. But the interesting part, I mean, Samuel started with his presentation, and the contributions he lays out, they are probably more or less general for each country of the YME nations involved, but also in the rest of the European Union, and well, now the United Kingdom being separate a little bit. But hey, you guys are still with us, as for me concerned. So that's what I want to say at the last minutes of our moderation. I need to keep the track on the time. I think we have 1 minute left. I'm not gonna watch the YouTube stream of what all questions are, but anybody wanting to add something at the end of this panel before I close off?
Yeah, I would like. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go ahead.
There's like in Scotland, one of the things I've learned is just how like certain words are pronounced differently. And one of the things that I can say to any entrepreneur, any migrant that's thinking about starting a business is just do it.
That's the Scottish way, yeah. But
let's do it.
Yeah, I would like if we can add one more C to the square. it would be curiosity. Always be curious, because that's the only way how to see through the system you are entering as a migrant, and also how the system can work for you, because that's the whole idea. You need to work the system. and you need to see the gaps, and you need to see your business, and you need to be curious to other people, to other ideas, to other cultures, and so that, for me, that's the most important one, I guess. So
thank you, Bart. I think Samuel, you make a note. It's the 5th C, yeah.
Thank you, Bart. Thanks, everyone.
I want to thank. Yeah, I want to thank you all for accepting the invitation of this panel. I think it was very useful. I would love to meet you in the future when we're going to do YME Part 2, and then I hope that all this Corona thing has gone away. We have all we're all vaccinated, and we can do it in a more appropriate way. Because I think the digital way is added value, but face-to-face meetings is more or less also pretty important if you want to do business and if you want to do things right. Thank you all. Thank you, Jeff, Sakia, Samuel, and Usman. And I hope to speak to you soon. And when I'm able to, I will visit you and buy you on a cup of coffee or maybe a dinner. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, thank you. Cheers.
Bye-bye. Hey, Liv, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you all making this panel informative and efficient. We don't have any questions, but there are warm comments on YouTube. Now we will have a lunch break. During the lunch break, there will be videos playing on the screen, such as entrepreneurship tips and tricks, some YouTube picks about entrepreneurship. After 1 hour lunch break, we will be waiting for you here at 14 Central European Time, and it will be 15 in Turkey time.
Everybody knows about playing with dominoes, but what you may not know is that a domino can knock over another domino which is about 1.5 times larger. So what I have here is a chain of dominoes. Each one is 1.5 times larger than the previous one. And the smallest domino is about 5 millimeters high and 1 millimeter thick. And I will carefully place it. And there are 13 dominoes. And the largest domino, it weighs about 100 pounds and is more than 1 meter tall. Ready? Boom.
So, yeah, for me, the daily confrontation with fear has become a real practice for me since about three years ago. I went skydiving in Dubai, right? And skydiving is a really interesting confront with fear, right? So I gotta stand up. I'm sorry, I gotta stand up. All right. So all your friends, what happens? You go out. I dropped my thing. So what happens is you go out the night before and you take a drink with your friends, and somebody says, "Yeah, we should go skydiving tomorrow." And you go, "Yeah, we'll go skydiving tomorrow." Yeah, yeah. And you go, "Yeah," and everybody goes, "Yeah," right?
The actual moonshot is wonderful, inspirational, poetic, beautiful, involved great technical challenges, genuine heroism. It brought the world together. But think about the Polynesian islander on the dugout canoe, deciding one day they were going to go that way. No one had ever been that way before. No one even knew if there was anything that way before. It was amazing, and it changed the world.
People can set their minds to magical, seemingly impossible ideas, and then through science and technology, bring them to reality. And that then sets other people on fire, that other things that look impossible might be accomplishable.
Galileo is such a hero, in thinking big, and what he represents to me is both curiosity and wonder that humanity had, that pushed him and drove himself to invent and work on the first telescopes that allowed us to see the moon, and here we are.
When I was a 6-year-old, I received my gifts. My first grade teacher had this brilliant idea. She wanted us to experience receiving gifts, but also learning the virtue of complimenting each other. So she had all of us come to the front of the classroom, and she bought all of us gifts and stacked them in the corner. And she said, why don't we just stand here and compliment each other? If you hear your name called, go and pick up your gifts and sit down. What a wonderful idea, right? What could go wrong? Well, there were 40 of us to start with, and every time when I hear someone's name called, I would give out the heartiest cheer. And then there were 20 people left, and 10 people left, and 5 left, and 3 left. I was one of them. And the compliments stopped. Well, at that moment, I was crying, and the teacher was freaking out. And she was like, hey, would anyone say anything nice about these people? No one? Okay, why don't you go get your gift and sit down, so behave next year, someone might say something nice about you.
I'm really excited to share with you some findings that really surprised me about what makes companies succeed the most, what factors actually matter the most for startup success. I believe that the startup organization is one of the greatest forms to make the world a better place. If you take a group of people with the right equity incentives and organize them in a startup, you can unlock human potential in a way never before possible. You get them to achieve unbelievable things. But if the startup organization is so great, why do so many fail? That's what I wanted to find out. I wanted to find out what actually matters most for startup success. And I wanted to try to be systematic about it, avoid some of my instincts and maybe misperceptions I have from so many companies I've seen over the years. I wanted to know this because I've been starting businesses since I was 12 years old, when I sold candy at the bus stop in junior high school, to high school when I made solar energy devices, to college when I made loudspeakers, and when I graduated from college, started software companies. And 20 years ago, I started Idea Lab, and in the last 20 years, we started more than 100 companies, many successes and many big failures. We learned a lot from those failures. So I tried to look across what factors accounted the most for company success and failure.
If you've learned a lot about leadership and making a movement, then let's watch a movement happen start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons. First, of course, a leader needs the guts to stand alone and look ridiculous. But what he's doing is so simple, it's almost instructional. This is key. You must be easy to follow. Now here comes the first follower with a crucial role. He publicly shows everyone else how to follow. Notice how the leader embraces him as an equal. So it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Notice how he's calling to his friends to join in. So it takes guts to be a first follower. You stand out, you brave ridicule yourself. Being a first follower is an underappreciated form of leadership. The first follower transforms a lone nut into a leader. If the leader is the flint, the first follower is the spark that really makes the fire. Now here's the second follower. This is a turning point. It's proof the first has done well. Now it's not a lone nut and it's not 2 nuts. 3
My name
is
is Ala. I am from Syria. I'm 20 years old. I came to Canada in January. When you live in any country, and then you have to move. Not because you want, because you have to go. You have to move. It's so difficult. Like maybe you have to cry because your life it's there. Why you have to go? Because I have to.
Everybody knows about playing with dominoes, but what you may not know is that a domino can knock over another domino which is about 1.5 times larger. So what I have here is a chain of dominoes. Each one is 1.5 times larger than the previous one. And the smallest domino is about 5 millimeters high and 1 millimeter thick. And I will carefully place it. And there are 13 dominoes. And the largest domino, it weighs about 100 pounds and is more than 1 meter tall. Ready? Boom.
So, yeah, for me, the daily confrontation with fear has become a real practice for me since about three years ago. I went skydiving in Dubai, right? And skydiving is a really interesting confront with fear, right? So I gotta stand up. I'm sorry, I gotta stand up. All right. So all your friends, what happens? You go out. I dropped my thing. So what happens is you go out the night before and you take a drink with your friends and somebody says, yeah, we should go skydiving tomorrow. And you go, yeah, we'll go skydiving tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. And you go, yeah. And everybody goes, yeah, right?
The actual moonshot is wonderful, inspirational, poetic, beautiful, involved great technical challenges, genuine heroism. It brought the world together. But think about the Polynesian islander on the dugout canoe, deciding one day they were going to go that way. No one had ever been that way before. No one even knew if there was anything that way before. It was amazing, and it changed the world.
People can set their minds to magical, seemingly impossible ideas, and then through science and technology, bring them to reality. And that then sets other people on fire, that other things that look impossible might be accomplishable.
Galileo is such a hero, in thinking big, and what he represents to me is both curiosity and wonder that humanity had, that pushed him and drove himself to invent and work on the first telescopes that allowed us to see the moon, and here we are.
When I was a 6-year-old, I received my gifts. My first grade teacher had this brilliant idea. She wanted us to experience receiving gifts, but also learning the virtue of complimenting each other. So she had all of us come to the front of the classroom, and she bought all of us gifts and stacked them in the corner. And she said, why don't we just stand here and compliment each other? If you hear your name called, go and pick up your gifts and sit down. What a wonderful idea, right? What could go wrong? Well, there were 40 of us to start with, and every time when I hear someone's name called, I would give out the heartiest cheer. And then there were 20 people left, and 10 people left, and 5 left, and 3 left. I was one of them. And the compliments stopped. Well, at that moment, I was crying, and the teacher was freaking out. And she was like, hey, would anyone say anything nice about these people? No one? Okay, why don't you go get your gift and sit down, so behave next year, someone might say something nice about you.
I'm really excited to share with you some findings that really surprised me about what makes companies succeed the most, what factors actually matter the most for startup success. I believe that the startup organization is one of the greatest forms to make the world a better place. If you take a group of people with the right equity incentives and organize them in a startup, you can unlock human potential in a way never before possible. You get them to achieve unbelievable things. But if the startup organization is so great, why do so many fail? That's what I wanted to find out. I wanted to find out what actually matters most for startup success. And I wanted to try to be systematic about it, avoid some of my instincts and maybe misperceptions I have from so many companies I've seen over the years. I wanted to know this because I've been starting businesses since I was 12 years old, when I sold candy at the bus stop in junior high school, to high school when I made solar energy devices, to college when I made loudspeakers, and when I graduated from college, started software companies. And 20 years ago, I started Idea Lab, and in the last 20 years, we started more than 100 companies, many successes and many big failures. We learned a lot from those failures. So I tried to look across what factors accounted the most for company success and failure.
If you've learned a lot about leadership and making a movement, then let's watch a movement happen start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons. First, of course, a leader needs the guts to stand alone and look ridiculous. But what he's doing is so simple, it's almost instructional. This is key. You must be easy to follow. Now here comes the first follower with a crucial role. He publicly shows everyone else how to follow. Notice how the leader embraces him as an equal. So it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Notice how he's calling to his friends to join in. So it takes guts to be a first follower. You stand out and you brave ridicule yourself. Being a first follower is an underappreciated form of leadership. The first follower transforms a lone nut into a leader. If the leader is the flint, the first follower is the spark that really makes the fire. Now here's the second follower. This is a turning point. It's proof the first has done well. Now it's not a lone nut and it's not two nuts.
My name is Ala. I am from Syria. I'm 20 years old. I came to Canada in January. When you live in any country and then you have to move, not because you want, because you have to go. You have to move. It's so difficult. Like maybe you have to cry because your life it's there. Why you have to go? Because I have to.
Welcome back. I hope our participants are also keeping up with us on YouTube. We can get ready and start to our second panel. It will be about enterprise and inclusion too. The moderator will be Giuseppina Bomba from CPA Italy.
Hello. Hello, Elif. Nice to see you again. I need also the moderator, Gabriella Lamorgia and Cecilia D'Angelo.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Everybody. Well, buongiorno, good day, good morning, good tag, and wherever you else come from. Welcome to our panel where we're discussing enterprise, a tool of inclusion. Let me just introduce briefly ourselves. We are Connect Abruzzo, also CPA, in Italy, central Italy, in Abruzzo, a beautiful region. And we do a lot of courses on entrepreneurship and empowerment of young people. We have wanted to discuss enterprise. Is it really a tool of inclusion? And want to take you with us on a journey which takes you to a beautiful past, a more present, and hopefully a glorious future. So let us start. Do we want to ask ourselves if inclusion is a modern concept or if we have this concept already in the past? So what do you think, Cecilia and Gabi? Do we have any examples?
Well, yes, I think so. From what I know, we have the example of the beautiful city of Venice here in Italy, which can be considered as an example of how migrants contributed to the city's well-being and were able to develop themselves, isn't it? Now, let's ask to our guest, special guest today, Signora Giusy.
Hello, I'm Madame Giusy from Venice. We are in the late Middle Ages of Venice, and Venice is such a vibrant city. You should all come and visit. We have people from all over the world, people from all over which bring their trade, which bring their knowledge, their language, but also their food. And I tell you, we live much better now. Of course, you know, it takes a bit of time because at the moment we 120,000 inhabitants in Venice, from which a third, so around 40,000, are not from Venice. They are migrant which escaped different wars and different social injustices. So they all came to Venice and we give them refuge. But to live all together, it needs regulation and it needs a structure. We have a lot of confraternitas which welcome those people and makes them feel at home. We don't want them not to speak their language or to have their religion. But of course, when we're living together, we teach them also how we Venetian would do things. And who can just forget our well-deserved merchant and servant? We only owe them are 13,000. And because we respect them that much, we have a special way of calling them. We say, ciao nostra.
Is that our ciao of today?
Well, yes, I think so. So the word ciao, which is the most renewed greeting in Italy, comes from the use they made of in Venice. So it's really unusual to see how this word now became the most used here in Italy and also in other parts of the world. But now let's continue with Signora Giusy.
Oh, I'm back. How are you? So let me tell you something else about our beautiful Venice. I mean, you know, we have a lot of good goods, but if we didn't have the immigrants from Mongolia, from the east, but also from our poor mainland, which, my God, they're always at war at the time. They can't keep peace even if they wanted to. But, you know, we welcome them. So I tell you, the most fantastic thing is the new food we have and my glasses. Oh my God, my next party is so fantastic because there is those wonderful, wonderful glasses of this artisan. I mean, we already had our own glass makers, which again, they came from the Roman Empire because, you know, as I said, they have to fight about something. They can't just be happy, but they came from the Roman Empire and settled here. But when the Eastern people came, they escaped, of course, from Constantinople, because again, there was a siege there, poor people, but my God, the artisans of the glass were fantastic. And the marriage of both, well, see for yourself. My next party will be a complete success with the bead I will wear and the glasses of Murano, which I will present to my guests. The wine tastes definitely better in it. However, you know what we did? It's because, you know, the confraternita has created a proper trade deal also with the places there in Warwick. But, you know, let's be not quiet about it. But, you know, the confraternita teaches them how to make business and marriages, not just of people, but of art and of entrepreneurship has created this new industry. So what we did a few years ago, we sent them outside the center of Venice for two reasons, really. Well, the first reason, you know, they use fire and very hot fire, and it could burn our beautiful buildings, and we wouldn't want that. But secondly, it's much easier to keep our secret because, you know, we don't want anybody to copy what we just in Venice have managed to do. Combine the East with our own people. Well, they were migrants too, but they're now Venetians and we appreciate them. And they see themselves now as Venetians. So tell me, does it still exist in your time?
But is she speaking about the famous Murano glass?
Yes, absolutely. The famous Murano glass are known worldwide and they can be considered as the business card of our Made in Italy. People from all over the world come especially to Venice to buy them. These glasses are also very important for the local and Italian economy, with a value of more than 165 million euros per year.
Thank you. Now, Signora Giusy, please tell us about Red Velvet and Sling.
Oh, is there, oh, this is beautiful picture. Yes, look, I'm wearing some lace. Oh, you know, again. Well, if Marco Polo had not gone to Mongolia, you know, it's very far away, and it was a horrendous journey, very dangerous. But, you know, now there is a good trade road which takes us there. And he brought back some very peculiar, tiny little worms. You know, women used to wear them in their breast. Can you believe this? But, you know, and never mind, they're wrapped with these worms, which create this beautiful, absolutely delicious silk. And then Lucca, what can I say about Lucca? Again, a region just not far from here. Again, they fight. And these poor people have to find somewhere else to come. So they come to our beautiful lagoon, the lagoon, and they've created this new thing. It's very highly regulated. We have inspectors everywhere. I mean, this is a secret because we created this red and luxurious velvet, which every king and queen wants to wear now. But we know how to do it. And we don't want these secrets to be gone all over. But we will sell it to everybody, no problem. It's a pleasure to sell it to anybody who wants to have it. But it has to be regulated because regulation is very important and it's respect. We respect each other. And therefore, the silk is so beautiful. But we are thankful to Marco Polo and to the refugees which came from Lucca, which then created the velvet. And I still think the best weavers and, color painters are still the one from Lucca. They're just excellent. But don't be fooled. Everybody is welcome to work in this industry. But it takes years of dedication and training. And the confraternita have training all over. And if you get accepted by them, it means you have to be dedicated to the velvet and to this industry.
Oh, I saw that nowadays the collection of Armani, Versace, and Dolce & Gabbana are using velvet. It Velvet was the theme of the 2018 collections.
Can you show me? I cannot see it.
This is how velvet is used today. Velvet is one of the many pieces we offer in the high fashion of Italy. Italy fashion industry is really one of the most important industry in our countries, with a value of more than 60 billion euros per year and a contribution of 1.2 to our yearly GDP. But now let's continue our trip. Let's see what Signora Giusy has to say to us.
Fantastic.
So, the velvet you have looks fantastic, but I tell you, the best invention is still Marco Polo. He went to Mongolia and he went through China and he brought back this tool and he makes this long thing. I mean, it's created with our good wheat, which we cultivate in the lagoon. But we used to do bread with it, and now they create this long, it's called pasta or bigolli, and it's long, but it's so delicious. And my servant, which comes from Constantinople, has created this dish. My goodness me, some cheese, some Parmesan cheese with something called pepper. It's this little thing. And you ground it. I mean, my God, the taste. No wonder I have put a lot of kilos on. I need to go and stop eating because in other case, the next Carnevale of Venice, I will not be able to wear the dress which I wanted to do. But then maybe you can still sort of like enjoy it even with your friends and nothing else. The pasta is so delicious and it's eaten and it's also the poor people can do it because you don't need much. You need only water and a bit of wheat, and we make sure that in the confraternita everybody has something to eat, because it's important if you want motivated workers to have people which have been fed. It's not good having servant merchants or anybody, especially if they have to do the hard work of creating glass or velvet, which are hungry. This is just not good.
But do they still do the bigoli in Venice?
Yes, absolutely. As you know, pasta is the most remarkable characteristic of Italy. 1/4 of the pasta that we consume today is produced here by more than 200 pasta factories all over our country. Pasta consume really increased in the last few years, and especially last year, with an increase in consumes of 3.5%.
Thank you, Gabi. That was a very good journey. Hello, Giusy. Welcome back to today, to the present.
Oh, hello. Yes, it was a very good journey in the past. And I hope that all our people which are here on our live feed enjoyed it. So we wanted to use a little bit of a storytelling activity to show you how actually entrepreneurship as a tool in inclusion is not really a modern concept, but in Italy itself, we had this entrepreneurship in the medieval times, but the impact is still felt today, and it will be continuing to be felt in the future. So our conclusion really is that entrepreneurship has an impact through the centuries, which a lot of people might not understand, but like the Venetian, the Venetian had a good way of having a system which was very inclusive, and it's still a prosperous city today. And we only chose 3 of them trade routes which they established and the sectors. But actually, if you go into the history of Venice, you will find many more sectors which are still active all over the world, not just on an Italian base, and bring prosperity and work to people. But now, what is now? So we have seen the past. So now what we have done, we said, well, we would like to include some other people and discuss with them, what is the situation now? It's always difficult for trainers. Me, myself, I'm a trainer, and also Gabby and Cecilia, to motivate people, how do we motivate young people? How do we motivate young people with migrant background? How do we motivate anybody? And what is important for young migrant entrepreneurship inclusion, which then creates prosperity in business. So we interviewed some leading figures in this situation, and we would like to introduce to you Mr. Zuffi Elaideo, which is himself a very successful entrepreneur and a business mentor, and he's a founding member of Entrepreneur Future Network, which is a network which helps young people, but especially young people with migrant entrepreneurship background, to set up their own business. And also Alessandra Cugnetto, which is a member of La Caritas Diocesana in Italy, in Calabria, and she's a founding member of Integrazione Calabria, which deals with integrating migrants into the social aspect of life, which means work and everything else. So we asked them a few questions, and here goes. Let's hear them.
I'm Alessandra Cugnetto. I live in La Mezzia Terme, the little city in the south of Italy, and I have a degree in international science. In this period, I'm a manager of a little association, a cultural association, Integrazione Calabria, and I'm working for many charities organizations for the migrants.
I'm Zuffi, the co-founder of BizGs. We transform refugees into entrepreneurs using fintech. We focus on post-conflict communities in the developing world, but the approach we take also supports the community where we are based as well. So our impact over the last 4 years has been in Asia, Africa, Europe, and America.
The most important factors to be considered are anthropological and cultural aspect. We have to know the migrants project, personal migrants project. We have to know in which part of the personal migrants project the migrants is. And above all, we have to know if he wants to become an entrepreneur. And we have to know his or her cultural tools. I mean, understand his religion, understand his education, understand which kind of family he is or she has, if a traditional family or modern families.
I think entrepreneurs should consider, people should consider entrepreneurs to be risk takers and the capacity to take risk and deal with uncertainty. So that is the core of what it means to be an entrepreneur. So if you look at, say, what the difference between someone working for someone else and someone setting up their own business, the biggest difference is that the person setting up their own business is taking a risk, is doing something that either hasn't been done before or is taking additional responsibilities that an employee doesn't have to take. So the risk factor and the uncertainty factor of whether it's going to work or not, or whether it be of how it's going to work, is quite important.
We have to motivate the people, above all when we speak about young refugees. We have using interesting topics close to the practical life and transfers arguments on how they could improve their life in the host country, how they can design their life through the new skills. I suggest also including topics of Italian culture, for example, the actually migrants law. And it is very important to work in team with the cultural mediators in each step of the training. And about the method, I can suggest to use alternate face-to-face lesson with workshops or with meeting with local entrepreneurs as soon as possible near to their business plan.
I would recommend that when working with migrants or refugees, to be sensitive about the language barrier, the culture barrier, but also the mental health needs as well. Because a lot of the refugees coming from conflict communities have post-traumatic stress disorder, and that is usually undiagnosed. So taking in the mental health factor is as important as anything else.
I believe that Europe and Italy offer young people many economic opportunities. In Europe, the migrants have more opportunities than in their country because the economic and social condition of the migrants' country are not so good, and because they can't promote their social development. I think they are more motivated than Italian people because they have more opportunities here. And the Italian people many times don't understand that they are very lucky.
Young people, they bring a fresh perspective. So the old saying is that kids get institutionalized into thinking in a conformist way. So if they can bring that originality before they get ingrained into conformity to the business and make it innovative and being focused on the innovation. Migrants, on the other hand, are coming in from the outside, so they see the bigger picture in a different way to the way we are embedded inside it. So, for instance, if someone's looking at what you're doing from the outside, they'll see things that you from the inside don't, and that's a standard diverse thinking mindset that migrants tend to bring. And to give you an example, when I used to mentor postgraduate students and staff at King's College London, one of the VCs who was giving the talk said that 50% of his capital was invested in first-generation migrants because they tended to see things differently and take risks and take uncertainty and we just look for gaps in the market that we take for granted.
I can tell you about Idada's story. Idada, she is a Nigerian woman. She arrived to Italy in 2014 by boat, and she was a victim of some human traffickers. When she arrived in an accommodation center, she denounced them, and she fell in love with a man. She became pregnant, but her boyfriend left her, and he went to Spain. During the first period, she was so depressed, but thanks to the work of the operators, she had confidence in herself, and she began to study Italian language and to believe in her dream. She decided to work in an Italian restaurant. Now she is living in Milan. She has her little flat with her beautiful son, and now she has a new dream to have her own restaurant. African and Italian restaurant.
There was an Australian woman who moved to the UK. She was a trained hairdresser, but she didn't want to open up a traditional hair salon. So I used to offer informal advice to other entrepreneurs, and she was one of the beneficiaries of that advice. Along this, one of the conversations we had was using technology, and this led her to using to accepting payment in Bitcoin. And now the payment she received in Bitcoin is quite a large amount, just by virtue of holding on to that currency. So it's quite inspirational how someone is doing a daily task like hairdressing, but using technology, and that technology is enabling her to not just earn a decent living, but to capitalize on these new trends in cryptocurrency, for instance.
The ability to be successful entrepreneurs is very much linked to the ability to live inclusively in a society. It means to stay in the middle of the people of the host country, to live with them, to look for the opportunities. But we have to be lucky to meet the people who give you these opportunities. So depend on the project, where do you live, in the city, where do you live? And it's very important to understand the law of our country, because it is important to respect the people and the society where do you live.
Economic inclusion is as important as social inclusion. So if we look at some of the biggest concerns with inclusion is to do with wealth and job creation. If people aren't working, they automatically become socially excluded. So economic inclusion is as vital as social inclusion. Entrepreneurship is a great mechanism to help people earn a living for themselves and create jobs for others around them. So that helps them maintain their living standards, if not improve them, but also support other people through job creation as well.
The story of Samuel Reda. Samuel Reda is an Egyptian boy. Now he's a man. He was arrived in Italy in 2014 by boat after some kind of religious persecution. He is a Christian in Egypt. And now he's a little entrepreneur, and he has his little shisha shop where he can sell shisha, the legal smoke, and he sells also the little object from Egypt. It's very important because when he was in SPRAR project, began to study very hard Italian language. He was lucky because he did the little training about the economic system and understand that he can be able to do something more. And so he began to work in the supermarket, and when he has the money, ask the help of the local institution to open his little shop. Now, because of the coronavirus, he's closed, but it was a very good, successful example for our project.
Over the last 10 years, we supported 2,000 entrepreneurs in London, and I would say over 60% of them were first-generation migrants. So these are first-generation university students, all the way through to second, third career people who had moved to the UK, either from Europe or from Australia or from the US or Canada, across Africa and Asia as well. So most of the time they don't fit into the system because they're new to the system. So instead of trying to underemploy themselves, they set themselves up in business of some kind. And that then allows them to earn a decent living while they settle into society, basically.
I think that the institutions and the organizations should make information more accessible about the economic aid for migrants. Sometimes the person doesn't know how he can begin, which kind of step he has to do, where to go to ask information. So we have to make easy the life, and we have to transfer them not only our culture, but to look for the way to stay together, also to build the opportunities.
In my opinion, entrepreneurship is much more common among the Latin countries in Europe than the Northern European countries, and that places the Latin countries in a much better stead going forwards, because a lot of the old industrial structures are breaking down. So in the Latin countries, entrepreneurship is a much more normal experience, and if we can somehow capitalize on that and scale that up, that would put these countries in a much better position. From a wealth generation perspective.
Hello, we're back. Well, that was quite interesting. Capitalize. I agree. We need to capitalize on the new influx of knowledge of people and on everything they bring with it. And also for us trainer, it's very important to motivate people. We need to find ways which are not the traditional way of teaching, of making people understand. So use your imagination. Be a bit crazy. It doesn't hurt. Now, I wish them well. Also, the samples of Andata and Samuel Loreda, and also the hairdresser. Who would have known I can pay now a hairdresser with bitcoins? It's very interesting. But let's see what other people have to say. We have other two experts. Michael Reber, which is the founder of the Swiss NGO Swisssuch, which supports the refugee in the Greek refugee camps. And we have also Federica Casciato, which is a teacher trainer herself at the moment, but she was with the Italian government. She was in the refugee camp and supported migrants and refugees there. So let's see what we can learn from their experience. Let's go.
I'm Federica Casciato. I'm graduated in Islamic Studies at the Oriental University in Naples more than 10 years ago. I studied and worked in different Islamic countries like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Lebanon in the field of international communication as language assistant and cultural advisor. In some of these countries, I had also the opportunity to meet and work with migrants and refugees. At the moment, I'm working in Italy as language teacher in a public high school.
My name is Michael Raber. I come from Switzerland. I'm a full-time dad, and the last 5 years I was as a private solidarity helper on the Balkan route and in Greece.
According to my opinion, by the side of trainers, one of the most important factors to be considered is the willingness to look for people that, first of all, have an idea to put in practice. Then, it is also important to consider the strength, the tenacity, and the conviction of the potential entrepreneur. At the same time, a good trainer should also consider the local system and the related features, as well as the cultural experiences that each potential entrepreneur could bring with him.
I believe that only few people have the talent to be an entrepreneur, so I think you should have a very strong selection. It's the strongest one who will be successful and employ the good ones in the middle management and create job for the average ones. So do a strong selection, compete, let them compete, and filter the candidates.
Starting from my personal experience, I can say that refugees in general need to be considered as human, first of all, as people with a personal background coming from foreign countries with own rules, language, education system, and so on. At the same time, they bring with them, in most cases, the wartime atrocities and the denial of basic human rights. This is why I'm strongly convinced that the right key to open the entrepreneurial potential of a refugee, man or woman, is the human key. Only at a later time we can start to teach and transfer them knowledges. In some cases, we should learn from their stories and appreciate their skills.
My suggestion is that you keep in eye their socio-economical surroundings. So if they're hungry, they will not be able to study. If they have to queue in lines for their own administrative problems, they will not be able to study. So you need some sort of umbrella You need to give them perks and to care for them as long as they study with you.
Of course, I think that young people are suitable to become entrepreneurs. Just because to start this path is really important, in my opinion, to be creative, open-minded, internationally minded, why not? In order to develop original ideas, entrepreneurial projects need a sort of risk-taking, and I think that young people are strong on this, especially refugees or migrants that are already experienced it and able to face any kind of issues.
I think young migrants are very suitable to become entrepreneurs because they already represent a selection of people who showed initiative, who took risks, overcame successfully struggles. So they have the potential to develop a strong will, and that's what you are looking for in a good entrepreneur.
Oh yeah, when I was in South Lebanon as peacekeeper in the UNIFIL mission with the Italian army, I had the opportunity to know people from Syria. In 2016, they were escaping from the Daesh war. Lots of women and children arrived in our military base asking for healthcare. Since I was able to speak Arabic, I helped the medical staff as interpreter for communication. And what can I say? It was one of the greatest experiences in my life. The eyes of those women who had lost everything but not yet the hope are still in my heart.
When I worked with migrants, I became inspired every time when I put responsibility into the hands of these peoples themselves. Every time we try to enable someone to offer their own potential, the outcome was vastly successful. So I would really advertise for an approach like this.
I think that is more or less a mutual exchange. I'm going to explain this crazy idea. I believe that entrepreneurial projects could give a very important second chance to refugees or migrants, offering them the opportunity to learn how to convert an idea to job. But at the same time, I think that we should start to consider these people as a value that can help our society to improve in the inclusion field and to learn that the most important thing to have a good job position is the willingness and the strong belief that giving up can never ever be an option.
Again, money. Money is the only religion in the whole world that everybody believes in. So if you become a successful entrepreneur, this gives you some sort of priesthood in that religion, and this will better your chance of getting inclusion in any society that you live in. The more money you have, the more accepted you'll be. Successful stories about entrepreneurs beside of like Apple, Uber, Pfizer, SpaceX, AstraZeneca. I could say we have a lot of examples in Switzerland where I do business with migrants that have very nice businesses. From the people I met in the last 5 years, I just know one guy who was very successful. He was already a successful businessman at home. He was very hardworking, empathic, ready to impose power if he needed. And he made more money in these 3 years than I made in my life. So congratulations to him.
And at the end, I would like to share my personal opinion concerning migrants or refugees projects. Our society needs to broaden its narrow view in order to believe that refugees should be actively encouraged to provide services that not only generate income and make job opportunities available, but also directly serve their communities and benefit those in need. This is just my point of view.
My final consideration is do a workshop and let people present their business plans and do a competition. Take the winners and do a training with them. Get again a business plan and let them compete, and then take again the winners and give them business angels and a platform where they can raise investments. I think that's a path to create entrepreneurs.
Well, thank you very much to all four, to Michael, Federica, Zuffi, and Alessandra. There were very good thoughts there. One, let's give responsibility let's enable everybody, young people, especially young people with migrant background, to actually become active member of our European society, and we will all just benefit from it. Thank you for being in this panel. I hope you enjoyed our journey through the past, the present, and the future. And let's hope for a better future for all. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, the speakers, Cecilia and Gabriela, Giuseppina, for this great panel. Now again, we will have a short break to leave, and there will be another panel with great speakers. Let's meet again at 14:45. We are getting close to the end of the program with our last panel. It will be about young migrant empowerment. The moderator will be the project coordinator, Dr. Tamer Atabarıcı.
Thank you once more. Dear participants and dear panelists, I would like to welcome you all to our last panel of today's conference, and it will be on the young migrant empowerment. Unfortunately, I am starting with sad news coming from one of our panelists. Ms. Özlem Kalkan's mother passed away today. We are very sorry to hear of the loss of her mother, and I would like to extend on behalf of all of us to our condolences and the deepest sympathies to her and her family. Now I would like to start with some opening remarks before giving the floor to the panelists. In recent years, Europe is getting intense migration flows from outside, as we all know. And of course, this is affecting the economy and demography of the hosting local societies. Migration is directly linked to the poverty, social exclusion, and education. On the other hand, the young unemployment or need rates are always a significant issue in the hosting countries. Additionally, besides the new emerging jobs due to the digitalization and green economy, the recent economic crisis due to the pandemic showed an increasing gap between skills and offer and demand. Unfortunately, this is even worse in the case of vulnerable groups such as migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers. In this context, besides aligning the employability skills of migrants to demand through lifelong learning systems, promotion of entrepreneurship will play a significant role both for economic prosperity and social inclusion of the migrants. So those are my open remarks that I would like to share with you in the start of the panel discussion. And in the session, we will discuss young migrant empowerment issue with our esteemed panelists, mostly focusing on the situation at Turkey, which is hosting around 4 million refugees in general, including the Syrians and the originated from other countries. I will give them the word for 15 minutes one by one. And if you have any questions, please write on the chat box. Then I will direct them to panelists after each presentation. But anyway, first, let me introduce them to you one by one. Assistant Professor Oğuzhan Aygören, I would like to invite him. Oğuzhan is a colleague of mine from Bogazici University. He's a faculty member at the International Trades. We are waiting him to open his camera. At least I cannot see. And let me to continue introduce him. He is also the Director of Entrepreneurship at the Bogazici University. He has many hats at the university. He is the board member of Lifelong Learning Center and also Innovation and Development Center in Bogazici University. I think there's a technical problem, but in a minute he is going to join us. And then I would like to introduce our second panelist, Mr. Mehmet Üves, who I know him very well from years. And I'm very pleased and we are honored to host him here in our panelists. He's from EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and he is the Principal Inclusion Specialist. And our last panelist today will be Seda Dolaner from Association for Solidarity with Asylum Seekers and Migrants. Assam. She's a director at Assam Center. So first, I would like to extend my sincere thanks and gratitude for all my panelists to accept our invitation and to join us for the last panel. And as I just mentioned before, I will start one by one, and I will ask you for your presentations. First, I will start with Oğuzhan, Dr. Aygüren, and I am just wondering his remarks about entrepreneurship and in the perspective of young migrants, of course, and how we can just combine the entrepreneurship and how we can pave the ways of the entrepreneurs or the young migrants in terms of entrepreneurship. And in the meantime, if he can just mention about the philosophy and the activities of the Entrepreneurship Center, which he has been directing, I will be more than pleased. Thank you. Floor is yours, Oğuzhan.
Thank you, Tamer Hocam. It's great to be here. And I would like to say greetings to everyone who are in the panel and also who are watching this project online on YouTube. Actually, it has been a wonderful journey with this project. When we started the project, we knew that the migrants, especially the young migrants, are important in order to actually enter the economy, and also not only entering the economy, but in terms of creating value and also improving the economy. So their integration can be done with entrepreneurship. That was the main motivation of this project, and especially for the young entrepreneurs, because I mean, not only for the migrants, but in general, entrepreneurship is the most important fundamental aspect of our times. And we know that many great entrepreneurs have been migrants. Actually, the founder of Apple, Steve Jobs, is one of the most famous examples. And in Turkey, we have also other migrants who have started great startups in Turkey. For example, Ali Halabi, who started Volt Lines, or Jason, who started Parachute. So we have lots of examples, or Berat, who started Mikport. We have lots of great examples of migrants who started great startups in Turkey. So I hope this project will give the way for many others who will start those entrepreneurship projects. In the meantime, as Tamer Hoca has mentioned, I would like to start with what we are doing with entrepreneurship and our entrepreneurship philosophy at Bogazici University. Now, in the background, you are seeing some of a video that we have done at Bogazici University, and here you see that actually the mission of our entrepreneurship center is actually to increase the people, to increase the number of entrepreneurs and promote entrepreneurship as a valid and also as a job creating, value creating career opportunity. And our aim is to make everyone entrepreneur, not only in terms of starting companies, but also in terms of having an entrepreneurial mindset. So why is this important? Because when you have an entrepreneurship mindset, you have a growth mindset. You would like to extend your limits. You would like to grow. And in that sense, it is very different than the victim mindset. Because if you are not an entrepreneur, then there's a high chance that you are expecting, you are waiting from others, you are wanting, you are demanding something from others. So in Turkish, we have a saying: you give your rope to someone else, and instead you need to be the one who has the last voice, who takes the handle. So you need to be that. So in that sense, individuals with the right entrepreneurial mindset are empowered. That's our main motivation. If we give this entrepreneurship mindset to everyone, then in that case, if they become, they have this entrepreneurial mindset, maybe in the future, even if they don't create startups, they will be the ones who initiate change, who start change wherever they are, in which environment they are. They will be the ones who build new stuff. In that sense, I would like to share with you our defining principles, and actually these principles also have been the main principles in this project as well. Actually, in general, you will see that in entrepreneurship, we always talk about failure, learning, action, and we have defined those in these 4 principles. The first one is challenging the norm, challenging the status quo. As you see, we describe it as we do not shy away from asking difficult questions and coming up with creative ways of doing things. Thus, we have courage to start and act open. There are really important keywords here: challenging, asking, questioning, creativity, courage, start, act. So these are really important skills to have. And second, embracing failures. Actually, when I have first offered embracing failure, I mean, I also faced with lots of resistance from our university, from some professors, because in general, people do not like to fail. Actually, no one likes to fail. But in entrepreneurship, failure is a path to success. And we need to believe that we cannot know everything, but we can learn anything. So we embrace failure as a natural path to success through experimentation and observation. The traditional education system actually teaches students knowledge by assuming the world stays the same. However, now we all know that the change of the speed of change has accelerated a lot, and what we know today may not translate into useful information in the future. Instead, we need to have the skill of fast learning, and failure is a natural path through observation and experimentation. Third one is long-term view. That's also one of the most important principles, because the short term can tempt us. However, if we have a mission, if we are focused on a problem, if we are mission oriented, then we do not sacrifice our vision for short-term gains, even when it is tempting to do so. When people manipulate us, when people threaten us, when people fear us, then we say, no, I have this mission, so I would like to make the world a better place. So, and I will not sacrifice a short-term gain in order to give up my long-term view. That's also another thing. And finally, being selfless. We believe in nurturing the communities and environment we are in. We are sharing what we have with an ethical and responsible behavior. That's also important because at the heart of what we do is actually we believe in learning, making, and sharing. So these are the things that makes a human being happy, and also that's at the heart of entrepreneurship. And with these principles, actually, that's the definition I like to use, and also we have embedded this definition at the heart of this project in our report as well, and also in our trainings. That was the thing we have mentioned through the trainings to give this entrepreneurial mindset. And according to this definition, I like to say entrepreneurship is the pursuit of opportunity beyond resources you currently control. So it's not only starting a company, it's not only making money, it's not only having a business model. Okay, these are important in order to have a sustainable and profitable business in the future, creating, delivering, capturing value. But as a broader definition, entrepreneurship starts with the opportunity, continues with the pursuit, the search of the opportunity to turn it into a business model. And the most important part is you assume at first, you acknowledge that there are resources that you can control and there are resources that you cannot control. And once you know that, once you know what you can control and what you cannot control, then you focus on what you can control and you extend your impact, you extend your resources, you go beyond that. In that sense, I define entrepreneurship as an endeavor which is a peaceful discomfort. Peaceful discomfort. So we all say that in order to be an entrepreneur, you have to go out of comfort zone. But while doing that, you need to be peaceful. You need to be mindful. So it needs to go hand in hand. So there are two ways. Just saying go out of the comfort zone is not enough. And actually, as in the case of migrants, they have already gone beyond their comfort zone. They are not in their comfort zone. They already experience discomfort. So what we don't need to add more discomfort to their discomfort. We need to add mindfulness. We need to add peacefulness. So it needs to be a peaceful discomfort, mindful discomfort endeavor to go with the entrepreneurship. And here, our real resource is the opportunity. And in Turkish, we have a saying, if you don't have anything to eat, you have at least hope. So as long as we have hope, excitement, opportunity, then there is always something to do. And in that sense, the endeavor is not a straight path. Actually, that's the tendency of a human being, but the endeavor is chaotic. And in this chaotic endeavor, it's really important to stick to your North Star, North Pole, and your vision, your mission that I have told earlier, your long-term view. Then whenever you are lost, you will look at the North Star and you will continue walking the path, even if you feel lost. And there will be many times that entrepreneurs feel lost. So in that sense, this is the definition I like to use for success, going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm. So we never lose enthusiasm, hope, and opportunity, as I said earlier. And when we reach the level of success that we have imagined earlier, then at that time, we need to avoid being trapped by arrogance and complacency. And that's one of the many things that once you reach success, then that's also another threat, another trap. And we also, this is also in entrepreneurship, this graph is generally used because once we have an idea, we shouldn't tell entrepreneurs it's a funny ride to success. On the contrary, there is a value of that. So when you first have an idea, an opportunity, you first climb the imagination hill and you look at the success mountain and it looks achievable. But in order to go there, you need to pass the valley of that. And it's not an easy task. So as I said earlier, the entrepreneurs need to be mindful and act with this consciousness. So that's the thing. So finally, what do we strive for? So sorry, in the circles, I forgot to translate. So in the core, it asks why, and then how, and then what. So first, we need to start with the question of why are we doing this? Why are we empowering entrepreneurs? Why are we trying everyone to become entrepreneurs? Because we would like to nurture a culture of entrepreneurship, starting from first Bogazici, then Turkey, then in the region, then with the project partners and with the migrants, young migrant entrepreneurs. Thus, we would like to enable building innovative startups that compete in the world. And there are lots of examples, and why not we contribute for more startups to thrive. And how are we doing this? By raising mission-oriented entrepreneurs who see failure as a path to success. And what we are doing training, mentorships, workshops, funding, partnerships, research, knowledge creation, and sharing information. Okay, I'll stop here. I think I have used my time. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Oğuzhan Hocam. You explained very well, summarized the principles and philosophy of entrepreneurship, and also about the activities of the center. And also I was also take it up and appreciated when you said that we do not need to everyone or every migrant to be an entrepreneur, but we have to change their mindset from the being a victim. Then you can have a different mindset. So it is important. So thank you. I will just check about whether any questions from the YouTube chat box. Yeah, there is just the remarks that just thanking and extending the greetings to you. So thank you very much for this fantastic and motivating presentation, as one of our colleagues has mentioned. Thank you, Oğuzhan Hocam.
Thank you. Thank you, Tamer Hocam.
Now I would like to continue with Mr. Mehmet Üves, especially we will be pleased. I know he has been working for years also about the refugees and also their social inclusion and economical weaknesses in Turkey especially. So I know you have been also conducting some projects in terms of this. We will be pleased if you can just share your projects and the outcomes.
Thank you, Tamer Hocam. Also, congratulations on the completion of this very inspiring project. And on behalf of my institution, I would like to greet all our audience. Since its establishment of the bank back in 1991, EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, is promoting the entrepreneurship activities through financial and non-financial support for young people, women, and more recently, as you have underlined, Tamer Hocam, for refugees. So if we can skip this introduction slide, thank you. Yes, today I would like to share a different vantage point of view on the ad hoc entrepreneurship arised in Turkey about the Syrian entrepreneurs. I will share the results of an earlier study, which is called Syrian Entrepreneurship and Refugee Startups in Turkey. And this was completed back in 2018, at the end of 2018. And as far as we know, this was the most comprehensive study conducted in Turkey, covering the refugee entrepreneurship and making a comparison between the host community entrepreneurs, SMEs, specifically with the newly arising refugee entrepreneurship in Turkey. So the study was commissioned by the EBRD together with TEPAV, as you might know also for our audience. TEPAV is a think tank of the largest business confederation called TOBB in Turkey by the end of 2018. And we are soon considering to update this study depending on our resources. The aim of this study was to analyze and evaluate the size and performance of the refugee entrepreneurship in Turkey, also together with the local population's perception of these firms in the environment in which they operate, and to assess the impact of the refugee influx on non-refugee driven SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises in host communities. Additionally, our study was seeking to identify how these enterprises perceive each other. As I have mentioned, the survey was conducted back in 2018 and mainly in 8 provinces on the Syrian border, selected as the focal point of the study. These were namely Gaziantep, Mersin, Hatay, Şanlıurfa, Kilis, Adana, Kahramanmaraş, and Mardin, where the refugee population at that time was most dense. Today, of course, the situation might be a little bit different, but as again, we would like to update our study with the recent developments. If you can skip the next slide. Yes. as I have mentioned, by the end of 2018, we have identified through the TOBB database, which is the main company database in Turkey, we have identified around 10,000 companies, with 7,000 of them, approximately, companies owned by a Syrian, and the rest is with a Syrian partner. So this map shows both the density of the populations in predominantly urban settings, while only a small fraction is living in refugee camps back at that time in Turkey. And regarding the urban distribution of Syrians, we noticed two major clusters. The first one is obviously Istanbul, where majority of Syrians are living. Taking into consideration Istanbul's vibrant economy, we could infer that self-resilience might have driven many Syrians to settle in the megacity. So the red dots, and as the red dots are getting bigger and bigger, they also represented the number of Syrian entrepreneurship in that regions. And the second cluster, obviously, is the southeast region of Turkey, next to the Syrian border. This is a classic pattern for also other displacement examples. Geographic proximity is a key factor in finding safety for people fleeing violence. This is the case for Syrians in neighboring countries, Palestinians in Jordan, and Afghans in Iran and Pakistan. We can go to the next slide. So, just to give some overall aspect of the Syrian entrepreneurs and businesses in Turkey, and 45% of all Syrian SMEs in Turkey operate in retail and wholesale. A general profile at the end of 2017 is the average number of employees Syrian enterprises employ is 7.3 for Syrian companies, where compared 26.6 employees for Turkish companies. We will go into a little bit detail. Applying for work permits is one of the key issues. As you all know, who are operating in the Turkish legal framework, 10% quota work permit. Once it hinders the integration to help keep harmony, further integration, but also it helps to keep harmony between Turks and Syrians. Also, another interesting result of the survey is 60% of the employees in Syrian firms are Syrian, where 11% of employees in Turkish firms are Syrians. We can skip to the next slide, please. And around 10,000 Syrian companies, entrepreneurs, dispersed all around Turkey, as we have underlined. And we have also underlined the average employment is around 7.3 people, and average family size of Syrians in Turkey is 6, so we can get some deductions, which I will mention later. So, share of Syrians employed by Syrian enterprises equals to approximately 1% of all Syrians. Therefore, almost 7.5% of all Syrians are able to look after themselves. This is a deduction we have come up by 2018. We can go to the next slide, please. And as again underlined, this was the first of its kind of survey with a specific focus on refugee startups and local SMEs. And we have covered actually more than 400 companies. It says 400 companies here, but 200 Turkish companies and 200 Syrian owned or partnered companies in the provinces I have mentioned. We have used a tool developed together with the EBRD and World Bank called Business Environment and Enterprise Performance Survey. We have adapted this general framework into our specific case. We can go to the next slide, please. And this is also our survey methodology, but I will skip this part due to the time constraints. So now I would like to share some interesting results we have inferred from the survey. Next slide, please. Yeah. One of the interesting findings, the majority, 91.8% of Syrians who answered these questions underlined Turkey's geographical proximity to Syria as the main reason for coming to Turkey and establishing the businesses. Where 90% also selected current commercial relationships as the second reason, and 83.1% also underlines geographic proximity to the market as their top 3 choices. So this is quite an interesting result from the survey. But this is also in conformity with the positive correlation with the number of rising Syrian entrepreneurs in Turkey and the recovery of Turkish trade with Syria after the civil war. I haven't inserted this specific chart here, but during the peak of the civil conflict in Syria, Turkey has a sharp decrease of its trade with Syria. Then with this newly emerging entrepreneurship of the Syrians in Turkey, there's also a sharp increase in the overall trade with Syria. We can go to the next slide, please. So another interesting result, more than half of Syrian entrepreneurs we have surveyed indicate that they have a successful business in Turkey. And more than half of them indicate that they have a successful business in Turkey, while a majority of all Syrian business owners state that they wouldn't go back to the Syria even after the conflict is over. I think this gives some also clue to the policymakers. Furthermore, 44.8% of Syrian entrepreneurs or partners state that the Turkish business environment is better, while 23.1% stated that they are already Turkish students by now or by then. We can go to the next slide. By the way, I will provide the link at the end of the presentation, and you can all check the TEPAL's website for the detailed breakdowns and recommendations and results of the survey. And also another interesting result is the general profile of the Syrian companies we have surveyed indicates that 66% of them employ less than 5 employees, and the average number of employees is again 7.3. So they are mostly micro-sized enterprises. Next slide, please. This is another interesting result. So where 57% of Syrian employees and managers surveyed are university graduates, while the figure is 46% for Turkish counterparts in these 8 provinces we have surveyed. Next slide, please. And in terms of the recruitment practices, and it's also a natural maybe interference, acquaintance or reference is the most common way for hiring among Syrian companies. So these are also very clear indications on that result. Next slide, please. This is another interesting, assessment or result. So of the surveyed Syrian entrepreneurs, 75 of them indicate that they have operated a business before coming to Turkey. Next slide, please. But maybe for today's context, this might be more interesting. Almost a quarter of the Syrian entrepreneurs established their first business as Turkey refugee startups. Next slide, please. This is another interesting result we have inferred from the survey. Almost 11% of all Syrian entrepreneurs first had tried to relocate their company in another country after the conflict before coming to Turkey. So these were mainly Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, and United Arab Emirates. Then they have transferred their businesses back to Turkey. There are some also details in the survey report if you are interested. We can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, this is again an interesting result, but a natural result, as I have underlined. The surveyed entrepreneurs in the region mainly focus on exports. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is one of the, I think, this was one of the hot topics, but as far as I can observe, this is still one of the main issues for refugee entrepreneurship in Turkey. So there's a very strict barrier to accessing banking system for refugees in Turkey. I mean, we have also identified, despite all these difficulties, a number of banks who are working closely with the Syrian entrepreneurs. With regards, 28% of Syrian employers have stated that they face problems with opening a commercial bank account for Turkish citizens. This is not an issue. Furthermore, 27.3% of the Syrian companies stated that they have problems with domestic money transfers. Also, almost 20% had problems with opening individual bank accounts and also obtaining letter credit for transactions. We can go to the next slide, please. So, I think this also summarizes the challenges of refugee entrepreneurship in Turkey. I think with some extent, this is also still valid for the whole refugee entrepreneurship ecosystem in Turkey. So again, access to finance and business law constitute the primary obstacles for Syrian companies in Turkey. And while Turks complain about the unregistered firms at that time, mainly for the Syrian enterprises. And along with difficulties in accessing banking service, access to finance is the biggest obstacle for Syrian companies. When asked about the biggest obstacle their company faces, almost half of Syrian companies stated access to finance as their primary obstacle. This is trailed by the tax rates and thirdly, business laws. And for Turkish companies, this is a different picture. We can go to the next slide, please. So where we are now, and we have also provided a to-do list after these survey reports. Entrepreneurial activities as well as the startup culture have allowed Syrians under temporary protection to integrate themselves. This is again something I cite from Güven Hoca, the director of TEPAL. He uses this term integration by interaction, which I found it very useful and I think very appropriate for the refugee entrepreneurship in Turkey. I mean, as you can see, this ad hoc entrepreneurship emerged in Turkey due to the many different reasons, but mainly without a clear policy framework to regulate all these supports, incentives, and other issues. An EBRD survey results from the 8 provinces in the southeast region of Turkey, where a large majority of Syrian population lived back then, has shown a willingness by the same population to take the necessary steps to become a part of the formal business ecosystem. So in that sense, this was quite important. But even in the face of positive developments, additional research is required to be able to create and implement additional policies targeting social cohesion and economic integration. So maybe next slide, please. I'm coming to the end, Tamer Hocam. Sorry for taking the time a little bit out of the boundaries, but yeah. Yeah, the major trends. Syrian refugees are integrating themselves again. And Syrians are more export-oriented than Turks, which is, I think, a win-win situation for both countries and also for both host community and refugee entrepreneurs in Turkey. Main challenge, problems of Syrian entrepreneurs in Turkey. The Turkish legal framework is unclear and Syrian entrepreneurs have problems with accessing the banking system and services in Turkey. Also, in terms of the financial literacy, there's a quite important gap for the Syrian businesses in Turkey. Also, Syrian entrepreneurs or other entrepreneurs, apart from the Turkish citizens in Turkey, lack information about Turkey's incentive schemes, business laws clearly. And nothing special for Syrians yet, procurement, lower tariffs or support schemes. We can go to the next slide, please. And Syrian entrepreneurs provide at least 7.5% of the 3 million plus forced migrants in Turkey. Around 10,000 companies with an average of 7 employees. We expect that these numbers are much more higher as of now. But there are major features of Syrian entrepreneurship in Turkey. A quarter of them are first-time entrepreneurs. 27% moved to another city in Turkey to establish their company. And 97% didn't receive any support or incentives from the government. unlike the public perception. But how we can scale up the refugee startups and entrepreneurships? Service for all motto is important to contain social tensions. Focus on how Syrians are living in inner cities, like we give this example, Little Aleppo in Ankara and also in Istanbul. How to move from integration by interaction to interaction by design. Next slide, please. And we have also prepared a very rough to-do list. Turkish experience shows that local leadership matters. Why are Syrians moving between Turkish cities in terms of the entrepreneurship activities? Education and awareness raising campaigns for banks and government agencies are quite crucial. Although there's not a clear barrier in terms of the regulations, in practical, it differs a lot between the financial institutions and other government institutions. Also, business incubators, accelerators, which I am seeing are profoundly available right now with different EU programs. Also with the multilateral development banks are expanding, and local support may be within the chambers. And we have a unique example in Tepav's garage experiment, which can be quite useful, and we can share that result as well. Investment, Exim Bank funds to strengthen the incubation process also could be quite crucial. Also, e-trade platforms for SMEs in general and trade facilitation interfaces will be very useful. In that sense, we have been working on this one, but I think as a country we haven't been successful. International trade congestions to goods originated from Syrian refugees. I mean, made by Syrians abroad programs. We have similar programs in Jordan Compact, and other countries who are hosting many refugees in the other parts of the world. I know of the time constraints. Maybe I should stop at this point. If we can go to the next slide, there will be the link to the study, which is, I think, quite long, but I can share with the organization committee. Thanks a lot for listening to me. Open to any kind of questions, comments. Thank you, Tamer Hocam. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mehmet Bey. It was a really interesting and significant results coming from your survey together with TEPAV. And you put very concretely about the outcomes, the challenge, opportunities, and also you put the to-do list for the next stage. So it was very good presentation. Let me to check whether any questions directly. I have seen some, yes, thanking remarks and appreciation for your those detailed information. I think we also, as the partners, we learned a lot from the figures that you have been just shared. So as we are coming the end of the project, we have almost 8-10 days. So I think we will also benefit from the outcomes of your today's survey. Thank you very much for again with us today. Thank you, Mehmet Bey. All right, I am just coming to our last panelist, our last speaker, Ms. Seda Dolaner from Assam. And she is going to, I think she is going to share us the good practices for migrant empowerment, because Assam is a very dominant and predominant NGO working in this field for years. As far as I remember, more than 20 years Assam has been active. So floor is yours, Ms. Seda Dolaner. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamer Hocam. It was such a nice opportunity. Before starting sharing to my presentation, I'd like to thank to all Bogazici YME team for this great activity, event, and for sharing this inspiring project. As a last presenter, I will try to not get bored you. I will try to make it as short as possible. I'd like to start with On behalf of Assam, from the first part, I'd like to try to explain to you who are we, what we are doing in Turkey as a Turkish NGO. And then in second part, I'd like to share with you the Sada Women Cooperative journey as a best practice of the refugee women entrepreneurship. About Assam, as Tamer just said, we are in the field more than 25 years, actually, established in 1995 in Ankara. And we are trying to find solutions to the problems encountered by asylum seekers and refugees in Turkey to assist them in accessing basic rights and services. And to raise awareness amongst the community towards refugees and asylum seekers. Actually, Assam is the first organization in Turkey to use asylum seeker in its name, and with more than 1,700 staff members, which I am proud of to be one of them, providing services in 73 offices across 45 provinces. Within a huge team members such as social workers, protection officers, skill trainers, volunteers, interpreters, lawyers, peace building officers, disability experts. We are working all together all over the country. Assam provides psychosocial support and social counseling in the field and organizes social cohesion and skill developing activities for refugees. We have also representatives in Greece and Belgium. I'd like to share with you this map, which you can see our working area in all over the country, and our partners, and also you can see our membership. As I promised, I will make it short, then I'm skipping this part. Actually, our main area of work is need analysis and humanitarian aid, protection, irregular migration in cross-border, health, education, livelihood, social cohesion, awareness raising, capacity building, and we have also department for academy, Assam Migration Academy. We are trying to extend our field experience to the academy also. And mainly in livelihood activities, we are working with in different parts of the Turkey and with different projects and partners, but I can summarize what we are doing in livelihood area so shortly. Promoting refugees access to livelihood, self-sufficiency, and decent work opportunities. We are doing labor market analysis, skills profiling, developing language and professional skills, and development of life skills, job markets, and compliance training about work culture in Turkey. We are also supporting registered employment and informing employers about the work permit process with different projects. Before starting to talk about the Sada Women Cooperative, actually I want to start from the beginning of this cooperative journey. In Gaziantep in 2015, Syrian refugee women established Women's Committee of the Future with ongoing support of Assam. Actually, it started as a psychosocial support group. The 15 members of this psychosocial support group see that through these meetings, they are empowering each other, supporting each other, learning from each other, and also they decided to represent the Syrian women refugees and support them also. That's why they designed their logos, wrote their code of conduct, and within an amazing effort, they became a representative of the Syrian women in Turkey and share their experience about this issue. and they gave so many community-based campaigns and do many advocacy about the women's rights. And then I need to mention about this amazing project of one of our amazing projects in Gaziantep still continues, strengthening the resilience of Syrian women and girls and host communities in Turkey. Sada Women Empowerment and Solidarity Center project still going on with support of UN Women, Gaziantep Metropolitan Municipality, and Assam. Actually, so briefly, I can mention about this project as a woman-only center, which giving holistic services for women to be sure that they are able to talk about themselves and show their voices. And mainly one of the activity area was the livelihood opportunities for refugee and Turkish women and girls, provide them a safe space for dialogue and cohesion. In this project, we are supporting all women from the refugee and host communities within a basic skills and vocational courses, and also with the social cohesion activities and psychosocial support, health educators, legal counseling. That's why
I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you sharing right now your presentation?
Yeah, I'm sharing.
Yeah, we can't see this presentation right now on the screen. Can you try it again?
Let me, sorry about inconvenience, but it's saying to me, it is sharing now.
From where you're sharing, in the application screen or on the whole screen?
Let me try again. Application screen.
No, probably you are sharing StreamYard. Now you can choose your now you can choose your PPT. Just click on the PPT screen. Yes, perfect. You can continue. Sorry to interrupt.
Then you couldn't see the other part of presentation until now? Okay, anyway, rather than not to take your time, I will continue with the SODA Center. And as I mentioned, it is giving the both basic skills and vocational courses within all other services. In these centers, because of the women-only structure of the center, the conservative the women who has conservative families are able to come and improve themselves about the vocational or the language part. And also, since we are giving the full-time childcare services, women are mostly able to participate the courses. That's important for us. And through these courses and workshops, the participants of workshops decided to establish their cooperative. Before that, I want to give so short introduction about Gaziantep as a province. Approximately 450,000 refugees live in Gaziantep and cover almost 20% of the population. In addition, Gaziantep is a large industrial city and has a large market opportunity. However, women's access to labor market is limited. Gaziantep has been a good example for increasing women's access to the job market for us. And Sada Women Cooperative set up with 50 Turkish, Syrian, and Afghan women. The Sada Women's Cooperative was founded in Gaziantep, Southeast Turkey, in March 2019. It's important because it is the first women cooperative establishing with Turkish, Syrian, and Afghani women all together in Turkey. The cooperative has diverse portfolio, producing handbags and shoes, providing catering services, manufacturing home textiles. With their motto, as they said, stronger together, the women introduced their democratic and inclusive business model at the Paris Peace Forum. Sada, which means voice in both Turkish and Arabic, makes the women's voices heard all over the world for us. So briefly, I want to mention about the Paris Peace Forum is an international event on global governance issues held annually in Paris. And in 2019, Sada Women's Cooperative also chosen as a best practice in 100 exemplary projects from among 700 applicants to participate in the Paris Peace Forum in 2019. The cooperative was selected as one of the 10 scale-up projects by the Paris Peace Forum, an initiative under the auspices of the government of France. The cooperative is provided with mentoring from mentors appointed by the Paris Peace Forum for a duration of 1 year to strengthen its business model and to expand its market reach both in beyond Turkey. And still continue to their activities in Gaziantep. They have a website, as you can see, and they have a page in Hepsi Burada shopping site, and also they have Instagram page, which you can see their beautiful products and maybe buy. Thank you so much for your patience and for listening.
Thank you, Seda Hanım, for this examples that you have been conducting in all through the Turkey as Assam. And we highly appreciated the good practices you have been conducting so far. And also we were highly appreciated also the migrant women empowerment. So it's also another critical issue. So I do hope those best practices will be inspiring for the others, other projects, and for the other actors. And I do hope we can just get a bigger and bigger impact altogether. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to close the panel, this session. And I would like to thank once more to Dr. Oğuzhan Aygören, Mr. Mehmet Üvez, and Ms. Seda Dolaner for their invaluable contributions. So we discussed the young migrant empowerment. So in this perspective, first we analyze and get the roots and the philosophy and the principles of entrepreneurship. We can link with the migrant issues by Oğuzhan Hocam. And then later on, Mr. Mehmet Üvez shared us very concrete results of their survey. So it is also inspiring, and it will be a good asset for us for the next projects and how we can just pave the roads of the entrepreneurs, not only in Turkey, but in the hosting countries. And finally, we also welcomed the best practices, good practices from Assam, which they have been conducting so far in Turkey, and they are collaborating with many stakeholders. So thank you for listening to us, and now I am closing this session. Bye.
It was another great panel with the contribution of panelists. Thank you all. Before closing the event, we send you an evaluation form. We will be quite happy if we can hear about your thoughts. Thank you for participating and making this event meaningful. I wish you happiness and health. To make the formal closure, I would like to give the word to the project coordinator, Dr. Tamer Atabarut again.
Hello once more. I'm back again. Dear distinguished participants and dear our esteemed speakers and dear colleagues. We came almost to the end of the Multiplier event of Young Migrant Entrepreneurs Project now. And before closing the event, I would like to make acknowledgements. As being the project coordinator, first I would like to extend our sincere thanks to all our speakers and project partners. When I'm talking about the project partners, I would like to just also phrase them namely, and I would like to thank all our team, started from Bogazici University from Turkey, and CPA from Italy, Dutch Foundation, DFW2W from the Netherlands, and MONE, Minister of National Education from Turkey, Technical University of Bucharest, UPB from Romania, and last but not least, our colleagues from Work Centre Scotland from the UK. So I would like to thank them all for their dedicated efforts all through the project. So with their support and dedicated inputs, we came also not only the end of today's final event, we also come to the end of the project. But I would like to continue my acknowledgement. Also, I would like to emphasize how this project was initiated in 2019 and before. And I really appreciated the dedicated efforts of our dear colleague, Peter Wansiye. And really, we owe him a lot for the project idea, for the project application, and all his efforts to bring all the people together and to make the success of this project. So thank you, Peter. And I would like to send my heartfelt thanks to today's MC, Ms. Elif Yıldız, who is a sophomore student at Bogazici University and a student assistant at the project. I'm sure you will agree me. She did an excellent job today. She was perfect. And special thanks to our project administrator, Ms. Ece Gökakın Kurtuluk, for her invaluable and endless efforts to make this event possible. We are also grateful to Mr. Bora Kaykayoğlu for his high qualified technical support all through this event. Yes, our project is ending, but we strongly believe that the entrepreneurship journey for young migrants will continue, since our society needs this for economic development and social inclusion. Thank you once more for joining us today. Stay healthy and safe, and goodbye. See you later.